Good morning. My name is Alaa Kamel, and I will be serving as the designated federal official to the U.S. EPA Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals, SAC, for this meeting. And in my role, I will be opening the second day of the public meeting on EPA's draft risk evaluation for di-isodecyl phthalate, DIDP, and the draft hazard assessments for di-isononyl phthalate, DINP. I'd like to repeat that the SAC meetings are subject to all FACA requirements. These include open meetings, timely public notice of meetings, and document availability to the public. All documents are available to the public in the docket at regulations.gov, and please see the docket number in the meeting agenda. Also note that this meeting is being webcasted, transcribed, and recorded. Also, a live stream of today's meeting is available on YouTube, and see the link on the meeting website listed in the agenda, which also has a link to yesterday's meeting. Yesterday, we had a successful opening day, and I would like to thank the SAC, the ad hoc reviewers, the EPA team, and the public for their presentations and discussions. And now I hand it over to the chair, Dr. George Cobb. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal. I would like to thank everyone as well for attending and give EPA a little bit of a heads up. We have a couple of questions that we may want to clear first thing this morning, but we're going to take the roll first, and then we'll get to those questions. So starting off, I see Dr. Apte knows he's first up.
I am Uday Apte. Am I introducing or just say yes?
No, we're just taking a roll now.
Okay.
Dr. Baker.
Here.
Dr. Chasen.
Present.
Dr. Ike.
Here. Good morning.
Dr. Fong. Not sure he's going to join. Dr. Gentry.
Here.
Dr. Graham.
Here.
Dr. Hager Bernays.
Here.
Dr. Jenkins.
Here.
Okay, Dr. Lee. I think you were muted. Dr. Merced Nieves.
Good morning. Here.
Dr. Ottinger.
Here.
Dr. Prisbilla. She said she had an appointment. Dr. Rife.
Here.
Dr. Samuel Elliott.
No, she's not.
Not attending. I forgot to note that yesterday. Dr. David.
Here.
Dr. Fanning.
Here.
Dr. Finner Chris.
Here.
Dr. Howdeshell.
Here.
All right. Dr. Martinez.
Good morning. I'm present.
Dr. Schumann Goodyear.
Good morning. Here.
And Dr. Spade.
Here.
And Dr. Wolf.
Present.
All right. Seems like we have most of our folks here, almost all. I do want to circle back. A couple of people sent emails last night or this morning about a couple of clarifying questions. So I'd like to open it up to the committee to see if there are clarifying questions about the presentations from yesterday.
Dr. Cobb, I can't find the.
Oh,
here's the little hand. Here we go.
Go ahead, Dr. Jason. Please go ahead.
That he seems to change positions on my computer. Anyway, thank you very much. Let me just pull up. Just a minute, please. Okay, thank you. I've collected together from our different committee individual reports, questions that have come up that I don't think we've discussed yet. So there are several of them. I'll just go through this. One was from line 351 of the report, quote, the CEM model has been peer reviewed. Could EPA provide a reference for this? Is it public? Is that peer review report publicly available? The only peer review that was mentioned online was from 1999, presumably since EPA is using a 2023 version, there must be others. So could EPA please provide for the committee whatever is publicly available about that peer review? And the same question arose from the exposure handbook, because values taken from that were an issue that EPA commented on regarding current weights of people. As an example, when was the last update on those kinds of factors? The next questions. I'm sorry, just a second. The CEM was not used for dermal exposure, and in the separate spreadsheet, did the agency use degrading absorption and transfer coefficients with repeated exposures? So that meant repeated exposures to the same medium. Are the dynamics of leaching understood for different plastics and other matrices such as cellulose, which is an increased use for the phthalates, with the phthalates, from which the different phthalates can escape under conditions of aging, structural stress, and temperature? What were those things factored into the exposure scenario? Could EPA summarize how that was represented in the draft consumer exposure analysis? The next question was related to that and has to do with chemical migration rates in section 5, derived from surrogate data. But could you point to where the surrogate data are identified and extracted for use here? Similar question: as migration proceeds over time, migration dynamics change, and the distribution of values of the migration rates can be front-loaded in relation to plasticizer concentrations in product, but also degradation of product plastic in aged toys, etc. This is an important factor in the exposure assessment, particularly to workers and the public exposed as bystanders. Could this be delineated for us? If in fact, by the way, what I'm asking for is already in the documents and we just missed it, which is possible, maybe EPA could just give specific directions to where it's at, assuming that the questions are fully clarified in those. A clarification came up several times from different people asking for clarification about the domain of FDA for regulation. Do the FDA risk assessments consider the exposure scenarios mandated by TSCA? For example, for food uses, would the exposure risk scenarios of manufacturing, distribution, transportation, disposal, etc., be considered in the same way that FDA as EPA would do under TSCA? Is pest identification part of the FDA regulatory consideration? If not, can EPA assess the scenarios not covered by FDA?
Hey, Chris,
Yeah.
please ask questions and don't provide direction. We need to ask questions that the EPA can answer, not
Right. Well,
not expound on that.
I thought I was. Sorry, Dr. Cobb. I thought that was what this was. Are medical devices covered under TSCA in the same way or just FDA? Also, same question came up for cosmetics. And are phthalates used in food contact films? There was a regulatory action in 2006, but subsequent information does not seem to be consistent with that. Let's see. EPA-based confidence in weight fractions for different products, using the comment that it is more current or less current. Is there a generalizable trend that EPA uses in the rate of DINP use across product categories that could be used to reduce uncertainty? And the last question is, are phthalates used in hydraulic fracturing for oil and gas? And if so, where is this included? And I think I've summarized all of our questions. Dr. Cobb, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chasen. EPA will turn it over to your response. I also understand that you have some responses to previous questions, and you can start at either place at your discretion.
Are you speaking to EPA?
Yes, to EPA. They were going to respond to a question that you and Dr. Fenner-Crisp, or questions that you and Dr. Fenner-Crisp had yesterday, I believe.
Okay.
So, good morning, everyone. Anna Loa, Senior Science Advisor. So, Tony, if you can get on. And
Dr. Loa, we can barely hear you.
Okay, sorry. Tony.
Les, if you can get on, let's start with the ones from yesterday. So, Dr. Chasen, we appreciate all those questions. It's a fairly lengthy list of questions. And I'm afraid you were going so fast that we probably missed some. It looks like you're reading off of something. Is it possible to share what you were reading off with Dr. Kamal, and then we can transmit that and have our team work on those and get back to you later?
Absolutely. I'll send that right away.
Okay, and just recognize some of the FDA questions we're not going to know the answer to, but we'll do our best.
I know you will. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chasen and Dr. Cobb. This is Tony Lowe's with EPA. I just want to read into the record a couple of EPA's responses to questions that were asked to EPA yesterday, and we didn't have the information available on the spot. So I'm just going to read our responses into the record. So first, in response to a question from Dr. Fenner-Crisp regarding the study by Cho et al. 2011 of wild type and RAS-H2 transgenic mice exposed to DIDP for 26 weeks. So pertaining to dose selection in that study, Cho et al. 2011 states, as a prelude to conducting the 26-week carcinogenicity study on DIDP, a 4-week repeated dose toxicity study was carried out on RAS-H2 wild type mice to survey the target organs and select the doses to be used for a 26-week carcinogenicity study. As a result, the MTD was limited to 1% DIDP in diet, as there were deleterious effects on body weight, organ weight, and clinical chemistry in higher doses. Therefore, 1% of DIDP was selected as the high dose level, where a certain level of toxicities was expected. The low dose was set at 0.1% with the estimation to provide information on the NOAL. The mid-dose level of 0.33% is approximately the geometric mean between the low and high dose levels. Also, in response to the second question from Dr. Fenner-Crisp, EPA discusses the study by Cho et al. 2011 in several sections of the draft Human Health Hazard Assessment for DIDP in Appendix C.2 of the draft DIDP Hazard Assessment. In that section, we state Cho et al. Fed male and female wild type mice diets containing 0 or 1% DIDP, equivalent to approximately 1,500 milligrams per kilogram per day. in male and female transgenic RASH2 mice, 0, 0.1, 0.33, and 1.0% DIDP, equivalent to approximately 150, 495, and 1,500 milligrams per kilogram per day for 26 weeks. No significant effects on survival were reported at any dose for wild type or RASH2 mice of either sex. In wild type mice, terminal body weight was reduced by 27 and 12% in male and females, respectively. Liver effects included an increase in relative liver weight in male and female mice, 59 to 72% increases. Lesions with increased incidence included hepatocyte hypertrophy with eosinophilic granules in both sexes and parenchymal inflammation, pigmented hepatocytes, pigmented Kupffer cells, and prominent Kupffer cells in males. That's provided in tables, appendix table C-10. Non-statistically significant increase in the incidence of focal necrosis was observed in males as well. Similarly, in RASH2 mice, terminal body weight was reduced by 31 and 15% in males and females, respectively. Relative liver weight was increased 15 to 52% for mid and high dose males and 35% for high dose females. Lesions with increased incidence included parenchymal inflammation in females, hepatocyte hypertrophy with eosinophilic granules in both sexes and focal necrosis, pigmented hepatocytes, pigmented Kupffer cells, and prominent Kupffer cells in males. And that incidence data is provided in appendix table C-10. We also want to respond to another question from Dr. Chason, who requested additional information regarding the COUs being evaluated for other high priority phthalates. So in the draft proposal for cumulative risk assessment of phthalates under TSCA, EPA presents an overview of COUs for DINP, DEHP, DBP, DIDP, BBP, and DCHP as presented in the final scope documents for each phthalate in table 6-1. These aren't final, but provide a good overview of COUs. And the draft phthalate cumulative proposal is available in the docket. And that's the end of EPA's responses to those two earlier questions from yesterday.
Thank you, Dr. Less. I really appreciate you taking the time, you and your team taking the time to pull those answers together and presenting them here early in the morning today. And I gather that the response to Dr. Chason's questions will be forthcoming as you're able to pull those responses together. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. No, I appreciate you being able to provide them in writing to Ala and the rest of the team, and we'll do our best to get the responses as quickly as possible.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Dr. Chason, your hand is still up. Is that a residual, or do you still have a question?
Sorry, I'll get it down here as soon as I figure out how to do that. Thank you.
Don't worry. So are there any other questions? Dr. Heiger-Bernays.
Yes, thank you. This is a straightforward one. In the COUs, were nail salon workers, or in the occupational exposures, were nail salon workers considered? That's all.
I think we're waiting for a response.
This is Tony with EPA. Thanks for your question, Dr. Heiger-Bernays. For DIDP, that did not show up in the COUs.
Well, thank you very much.
There are other clarifying questions from the EPA's presentation? All right, seeing none, I think it is time to move into the charge questions. And we are at charge question 1A related to the DIDP assessment, and I'll turn it over to EPA to read the question into the record.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. This is Anthony Lowe's with EPA. So now reading charge question 1A. So EPA relied on data from several sources to derive consumer exposure estimates that include products representative of the conditions of use as described in sections 1, 2, and 3 of the draft consumer and indoor dust exposure assessment for DIDP. EPA anticipates that the exposure methodologies demonstrated in the draft risk evaluation for DIDP will be applicable to DINP exposure scenarios. And charge question 1A actually has 5 subparts, so I'll now read the first subpart. So please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of the selected data and methods used in consumer products and indoor air exposure analyses. Thank you.
All right, and we have a team of discussants evaluating this question, and Dr. Chason is the lead. So we'll go to her, and then we'll go through all the discussants, and then we'll go to the full committee for comments. Dr. Chason.
Dr. Cobb, could you, I have to excuse myself for 1 second. There's construction going on. I'm going to ask these people to stop it for a few minutes. Hold on 1 second. Hey, guys. You have to stop pounding. You have to stop.
So folks, I apologize, and we could go on to another charge question, but Dr. Chason is the lead for several charge questions in a row. So we just have to pause for a second. You're back. Hey, Christian.
My apologies. There was some major noise going on. I just stopped it from construction. Of course, they didn't start till a few seconds ago, so. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Okay. Dr. Cobb, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, our committee commends EPA for their professionalism in creating and presenting the phthalate assessment, recognizes the effort to consider perspectives of the public commenter and those of SAC. Dr. Friedhoff's message strengthened our resolve to provide our best constructive advice to these scientists and the EPA leadership. Our committee has not yet finished organization and detailed articulation of our comments. Our written reply will contain more detail on our points and references. The strengths that we noted, we appreciated that EPA calculated ranges, low, medium, and high in lieu of more, in lieu of other methods. This is a good substitute, much better than considering only a single value. However, it does not deliver a most likely value akin to a median exposure for different age groups or a view and use of skewed distributions, a common situation for exposure assessment factors. Also, see section 4.4, issues of assumptions, deterministic methods, such as using only single values to represent a distribution of plausible values, and other issues show indeed the limitations of estimates from the CEM Note, it's excellent that EPA did this analysis and showed it transparently and discussed the sources of the differences. We certainly don't want to discourage EPA from that kind of conversation. The differences were 1 to 2 orders of magnitude, which needs attention. This shows the importance of the use of model distributions for each value, especially where highly skewed distributions are realistic for life changes or venue changes or even activity level differences. This emphasizes the need for a different kind of modeling methodology, which can handle full distributions of the values. We commended EPA on its consideration of children in the dust exposure. We thought that was quite good. Section 5, pages 115 to 116. This was a discussion of rat versus human dermal absorption. Elements of variability were noted here, but also there will be differences in human dermal absorption because of the area of the body being exposed, temperatures, ages of the humans, etc. EPA used conservative estimates, which were reasonable under these circumstances. We invite others in the SAC beyond our subcommittee to comment on this, as there are maybe additional information they can provide. It's excellent that indoor dust inhalation was carefully considered in the ingestion, but note that dermal contact is also important. This is discussed again in other sections. The same should also be done for people in vehicle environments. Values used in the calculations and frameworks for the dose rate calculations were reasonable for time integrated doses, given model limitations to utilize such data, and the professional judgments of the scientists seemed reasonable. Although this doesn't deliver actual distributions of likely exposures, newer exposures where all routes are actually computed for each exposure opportunity, the exposures presented are likely representative, assuming all of the COUs are actually considered and groupings of products into each COU scenario didn't, quote, disguise a sentinel COU situation. Uncertainties presented in these documents. The scenarios included in this assessment may not reflect all of the conditions listed in the review mandate. For example, there is no mention of exposure related to product transportation market dynamics of today and tomorrow for product delivery to consumers, including handling of massive quantities of the products, newly minted and wrapped in phthalate-rich materials to contain and stabilize products on slabs in the distribution centers. Thousands of workers in these centers are touching the materials, breathing the dust, taking the dust home, that's a track back issue, and experiencing long durations of exposures daily. Next point was phthalates are used extensively in all electronics and printers and inks. At least 2 scenarios of exposures may be relevant: large office areas and computing centers, including the air evacuation systems, operating to vacate working areas covering about 1 million square feet each for dust removal and cooling systems for those massive centers. At least a qualitative discussion and recognition of the need for data in these major new exposure scenarios across the country would be good to have in the report like this. Experts on those facility designs and phthalate use in electronics could be contacted to consider this. Even if EPA decides there's little likely exposure, including to the environment and nearby residents and the dust in those homes, a conversation about this is recommended. This new reality in our market system is imposing new environmental challenges to both rural and urban areas and are so big that they deserve attention in regulatory science and reflection on the regulatory covering transportation and distribution activities. More detail and references will be in the written report, in our written report. The point is that the EPA documents seem to overlook the stated scenarios required in the review. Next point, as with previous SAC reviews, excuse me. Sorry. As with previous SAC reviews, we appreciate the efforts EPA scientists make with the deterministic spreadsheet approaches to these assessments, but we implore EPA to provide state-of-the-art statistical and modeling tools, including Bayesian statistics, which can easily handle full distributions of data, any exposure durations appropriate to hazard metrics, and provide aggregated exposure estimates reporting relative contributions from different exposure opportunities over different conditions of exposure and to different subpopulations. We recognize this can't be completed for the phthalate regulatory assessment and decisions, but hope the EPA leadership will seriously consider this issue, as has been raised before. As previously stated, exposure estimates are likely representative of the general population, assuming all of the COUs and resulting exposure scenarios are actually considered, and groupings of the products don't disguise the sentinel. This was this issue for exposures via water, both drinking and full body, from water contamination, including down the drain releases to environmental media and into water sources, was only qualitatively assessed. But even that discussion did not address exposures consequential to the contamination of particles and sediments of water bodies, or we didn't understand that to be the connection, such as fishing, crabbing, and oyster consumption in a quantitative way for these biota. And this was discussed in more detail by Dr. Barton's public comment submission. While fish consumed by Native Americans may indeed be worthy of a separate consideration, other subsistent populations derive a significant amount of their food from shallow surface water bodies, brackish water sources. Consider the coastal regions of the Gulf of Mexico. Pest communities there are not all tribal, but their foods include all types of birds in swampy areas, shrimp, fish, and other aquatic animals, including alligators as typical foods. Consider the coastal communities of the Chesapeake Bay, for example, and equivalent communities of the Northwest and Northeastern coast, where consumption of bivalves is constant and significant. Bivalves are filtering those waters. A contaminant that becomes sequestered into the water body sediment cannot be considered to be inconsequential to human or environmental risk or permanently sequestered. Consider the dioxin issues of the Hudson River, which was extensively studied over decades by EPA. Today's realities may pose additional issues, including some areas where daily freshwater flooding takes place, displacing sediment into newly exposed venues in the environment and foods, and exposing biota and all forms of animals. The next point in line 315 and 316, EPA did not perform quantitative assessments of the COU summarized in Table 2.2 due to lack of reasonably available information, monitoring data, and modeling tools. That's a quote. This is such a big possibility for widespread and significant exposure via dermal and ingestion. It should be explored further. Next point, we commend EPA for considering the RIVM, EU, Netherlands, and IPH, and ECHA evaluations for some values. However, an overall comparison of the exposure assessment conclusions for product groupings across these regulatory authorities were not provided and are likely to be somewhat different. In a related issue, data quality as a function of possible differences between US and Canada was cited as a potential problem regarding monitoring data for DIDP in residential indoor dust. That's page 126, lines 2181 to 2190. But no perspective given about why EPA suspects the problem denigrates the use of the information. Were there regulatory positions on the use of the phthalates over that time period as compared to US regulations? Or what information, not assumptions, led to the concerns about US Canadian product use or phthalate content, it could be assumed that these products and uses are very similar, even provided by the same manufacturers in many cases. So why the downgrade? Also, for evaluations done by these other authorities, including Canada, were product groupings the same as EPA, as that will certainly affect the exposure scenarios. There were other methodological issues detailed. I've collected these together. Lines 1131 to 1141 on page 45, section 3.1. EPA calculated dermal absorption of DIDP in consumer products or articles first migrating into the layer of aqueous phase on the product or article surface to form a saturated solution, and 2, the human skin absorbs DIDP from this saturated solution. This is the reason that EPA used equation 2-24, which was originally designed to calculate dermal exposure to chemicals in water by the EPA's risk assessment guidelines for Superfund, Volume 1, Human Health Evaluation Manual.
Dr.
However,
Jason?
yeah,
We're still on indoor air, consumer products and indoor air exposure. Is this still in that, on that charge question?
yes, I think.
Okay, okay,
As,
please
as
continue.
far as I know.
Please continue.
The a member who submitted this has several pages of these methodological problems. If it's okay with you, Dr. Cobb, I think we've made the point. How about I just include this in the written part? Would that be okay?
You can proceed. I started hearing about the dermal exposure, which is another question, and I wanted to make sure that was.
Well, this came up in the CEM model.
It's all good. Please proceed.
Which we interpreted as part of this question. So
yeah, surely, please proceed.
Okay. Well, nevertheless, there's a very detailed discussion of these factors used in CM Model's user guide. Would it be appropriate? Should I read this into the record, or would it be appropriate to just include it in the written part?
You can, whichever. You don't have to read each issue in, but you can broadly state what those are. And I'm not trying to shortcut the discussion. I simply wanted to make sure it was on this particular charge question.
Well, this all has to do with calculations for human skin absorption as used in CEM. So I'll submit this as these details as part of the written record, recognizing that I'm not trying to diminish the importance of this. It's just very detailed as we think that this relates very much to the way the calculations were made in the CEM.
Okay.
So I'll skip forward on that. Regarding biodegradation, a more thorough explanation of half-life is needed in these discussions. Half-life does not indicate its time to decrease toxicity by 50%. To what extent has the transformation of DIDP to mono-isodecyl phthalate been assessed in the context of the tox relevance of half-lives and the influence of the half-life or availability of toxic transformation products? Next, page 12, lines 204 to 205. The major concern is that there are no use data upon which to base environmental releases for DIDP. This lack of information is inconsistent with the call for expedited review of the two compounds. Any chemical deserving expedited review should have ample supporting information in the publicly available domain. Alternatively, the users and producers should be required to provide the needed data. This is appropriate for other data uncertainties and gaps. What's given the policies for EPA decision-making, the requester should provide the information. The evaluation of releases to water lists a single study of phthalates in a single river in China. This is insufficient information upon which to make any reasonable assessment of the environmental exposures that would be expected for people or non-human organisms. If there are more data describing DIDP releases to water, they need to be documented. Excuse me. There's a study from 2023 that would add some breadth to this evaluation. That's Beloy, Takara et al. 2023. Anticipated exposure estimates should be developed for scenarios where people and animals, especially those hunted or fished, including bottom dweller shellfish, are exposed. The assessments can be constructed as sentinel with factors derived from past consumption values. See the Barton comments as sentinel exposures, plausible and probable exposure scenarios today. The same should be done for selected sentinel representative scenarios for the consequence of flooding. We'll expand on this in our written comment. Notably, even if EPA thinks that this will not be a risk concern, the calculation should be done and presented to the public. Bottle liners, water bottles, and other food containers should be specifically noted given their high use in the United States. Migration factors recognizing product age, plastic bases, heat environments, frequency of shape distortion using repeated uses. This comment is consistent with the discussion on the other phthalates as well. We asked earlier a question about the hydraulic fracking that's come up, but without much explanation. What are phthalates, if phthalates are actually used, the extent of that use and its possible impact on exposure needs to be considered. The committee is concerned that there are gaps in the overall approach of selecting products to model and parameters for modeling that may result in a failure to capture the high exposure pest communities. This will be discussed in detail in our written report, but it will always include the overall responsiveness to the TSCA elements for review, absence of pathway related to product distribution and transportation, particularly. Some committee members found the pathways for chemicals to enter the 3 dust compartments of the CEM are poorly described, especially for abraded particles. This doesn't appear that model products contributed any mass to the dust through abrasion mechanics. The generation of dust particles come from tracking in outdoor dust, dander, smoking, and cooking in the model. These comments may reflect the CEM capabilities more than the assessments approach. Product and article selection. EPA should explain and substantiate how consumer products or articles containing DIDP were selected from the group representing each COU. Brief explanation given in lines 275 to 278, quote, selected for large surface area, end quote, is not sufficient for COUs with large numbers of possible products and articles. Please provide clear rationale that the products and articles moved forward for quantitative exposure modeling are those best suited to capture and quantify the upper range of potential consumer exposures and result in a healthy protective evaluation. This will apply to DINP and the other high priority phthalates as well. Generally, the exposure assessment needs to be more clearly articulated, especially on how DIDP is considered to enter dust compartments in the modeling. It is difficult to tell whether volatilization to air is the only route for chemical migration out of the products and articles. Is direct migration to a dust layer considered? Do articles contribute to the mass of that dust through degradation or abrasion? Please specify how this happens. Specific comments on routes of exposure and products, table 2.1. 1, automotive products other than fluids. Automotive interiors were dropped from the analysis without clear rationale. Vehicle interiors are a significant use of DIDP and represent a potentially high exposure scenario. EPA should evaluate and document data for this COU. Next, adhesive sealants and related products are intended to be left in place for long durations after application. The cured products have the potential to wear and abrade and contribute to dust, as well as to emit low levels of DIDP to air. Is that noise interfering? Hold on one second. I really apologize for this. Now, I didn't realize this was going to happen.
So,
I don't hear any background
Yeah.
noise.
Chris, Dr. Chasen, we don't hear anything.
I think she's using a earphone. She's aware she has to come back. Yeah, I don't hear anything either.
Hey, Dr. Chasen, we did not hear any background. You're muted, but we did not hear any background when you were worried about that. Hey, Dr. Chasen, you're muted.
My sincere apologies. Sounds like they're knocking the whole wall down.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
couldn't hear anything. And
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's good. Again, my apologies. Products, you can hear me, Dr. Cobb?
Yeah.
We can.
Okay. Products selected for modeling in some COU subcategories such as arts and crafts and hobby materials and playground sports equipment seem limited. EPA did not include a product for arts and crafts and hobby, and use of a single fitness ball in a residence does not seem adequate to capture exposures that may occur, for example, in a gym for the sports equipment COU. And then we have a listing, which I won't go through, of formatting or just editorial or typos, things like that, which we will submit. And we invite other members in the SAC to address some of these issues where we know that expertise exists on some of the things that we brought up. And with that, conclude.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for that summary. And I know you had lots to do with the first question and the short time frame with the revised charge question. So I do truly appreciate that. And there's quite a bit of probably crosstalk between the questions based on the complexity of the types of analyses being done. So I do appreciate that. I was not trying to shortchange your or shortcut your discussion. I simply wanted to make sure that we were in this charge question.
No, I think your comments were good. Thank you, Dan.
So I'll turn it over to the other discussants on this, the associates. And the first one is Dr. Lee.
Okay, good morning, everybody. So I just want to cover two things that have not been read off during the summary. So the first point is a very technical one, but I want to read a short version so that you can record it. So the first point is, according to the report, dermal absorption seems to be one of the highest exposure routes. However, considering that DIDP is lowly volatile and lowly water soluble, it's hard to understand this significant contribution to dermal exposure. The committee raised concern about how EPA assessed the dermal absorption of DIDP in consumer products. First, the current calculation considered DIDP absorption from a saturated solution on consumer product surfaces, which may lead to an overestimation of exposure to DIDP. Second, this approach overlooks absorption from dust on the skin. So in the written report, I will provide more detailed explanation of these observations. And the second point is line 12, 53 on page 48. A water solubility of 0.33 milligram per liter is mentioned here, which is 2,000 times higher than the water solubility of 0.17 microgram per liter as used in environmental media modeling. See section 4.2.1 of draft environmental media and general population exposure for DIDP. However, 0.17 microgram per liter also appears as a selected value, quote, selected value, quote, ends, in the Excel spreadsheet DIDP draft consumer risk calculator, public release, May 2024. So we were wondering which number was used. Yeah, that's my thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
And then our next discussant is Dr. Fanning.
Good morning. Thank you. And thanks to Dr. Chiasson for representing as many of our comments as possible. I have one quick clarifying question. Chris, I understand that was just 1A1, correct?
Correct.
So we're still gonna, okay. In that case, I believe that my comments were, the points that I particularly wanted to make on 1A1 were included and represented well. Thank you. They have primarily to do with the fact that, as a general comment, I believe EPA has handled modeling of consumer and dust exposures to selected products in a reasonable way. What I don't see are clear rationale and transparency for whether these particular products are able to capture the full exposure distribution and ensure a health protective assessment. So I think that comment was clearly read in by Dr. Chiasson. And I would also add that well, actually, I'm going to pause because I think some of the other comments fit better under 1A2, and we're still coming to that. So thank you. I'll pass to the next.
Thank you, Dr. Fanning. And I guess I'd like to point out, since you mentioned that specifically, the universe of products that would be chosen, that yesterday I asked a question about toys that were intended for pets that perhaps children would be chewing on, toddlers. So perhaps that can be part of the listing of things that should potentially be considered.
Yeah, we've included a number of, I think Dr. Chiasson was reading them in some of the scenarios that we had concern about. I think in-vehicle uses are particularly important, vehicle interiors. We talked about other modeling scenarios for some of the products, and we will get in the next section to some of our concerns about the dust. So I think products is a general comment.
Yeah, great. Excellent. So thank you. And Dr. Reif is our next discussant.
No additional comments.
Thank you. Dr. Ottinger.
Just a couple of comments. One is that for the estimates of children's toys, they need to have a time-related element to them to see if there's any kind of change in the release of the compounds, and also the question of any sequestering. I know that there's information about the lack of bioaccumulation, but I wondered if there was a change in body burden and if that would affect the age-related exposures. And then finally, the inhalation, the small, which of course trap the chemical, the small size particles are considered inhaled, and the larger ones are considered oral. And I'd like more definition about how that actually affects exposures. And that's it. I had other recommendations, which I'm sure Dr. Chazon will incorporate this in our written report. Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Chazon, for putting all these comments together. That was heroic.
Thank you.
All right, thank you to the discussants. Now I'll turn it over to the committee, the full committee, for comments that you may have related to charge question 1A1. If there are no further comments, we will return to Dr. Chazon for question 1A2. Oh, wait, I see a hand. I see Dr. Heiger-Bernays' hand.
Yes,
disappeared.
thank you. Yeah, got
Oh.
it. Thank you. Dr. Cobb, this is one of the first questions, I think, with regard to that risk characterization, but it really focuses on 1A1, so I'll put it here. So for workers, so one of the known ongoing exposures of phthalates, including this chemical, is to young nail salon workers. I'd asked EPA whether that was considered, and I'd just like to put it here. This population relies on income from poorly ventilated, long hours, poor salaries in nail salons across the country. The majority of these populations are women of childbearing age. There's new evidence, there are new publications on these, with the knowledge that DIDP and the other phthalates are developmental toxicants. This exposure scenario should be considered. EPA doesn't consider this, and if EPA chooses not to include this population, which I would suggest is PES population, then justification is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Heiger-Bernays. And I was writing that in my book. I wasn't not paying attention to what you
I
were
will
saying.
send you the write-up.
Okay. So thank you for that comment. And now, are there other comments? Okay, seeing none, we can go to EPA to see if there are clarifying questions, or if you prefer to read charge question 2 into the record.
Thanks, Dr. Chazon and the rest of the committee. This is Tony with EPA. We really appreciate your thorough response to our charge question. This time we don't have any clarifying questions for you, so I think we can move on to part 2 of the charge.
Thank you. Please do proceed.
Sorry, okay, there's a charge question. Thanks. Okay, so part 2 of charge question 1A. Please include a consideration of the consumer exposure model assumptions for analysis of suspended and surface dust through inhalation and ingestion routes of exposure.
All right,
Should
Dr.
I
Chase, yeah, Dr.
Okay.
Chazon is our
Okay.
lead discussant.
Thank you. Once again, I hope EPA will be patient until we got all of our comments into a much more tidy form, but I've collected them together here to show you the issues that we're focusing on. Section 4.4 on page 112 In terms of DIDP exposure through the dust ingestion, the EPA found their model results are 50 to 700 times higher than estimates based on monitoring data. EPA wrote, quote, the sum of DIDP intakes from dust and CEM modeled scenarios were, in all cases, considered higher than those predicted by the monitoring approach. The difference between the two approaches ranged from 50 times in infants less than 1 year old to a high of 704 times in teenagers, 16 to 20-year-olds. Our observation is that the method used by the CEM may have overestimated the DIDP concentration in dust by a factor of 100. The CEM model uses an equation, equation number 56 of the CEM model's user guide, that expresses a chemical's partition coefficient between dust and air as being proportional to a chemical's equilibrium, octanol air partition coefficient, the KOA. The underlying assumption is that the model treats dust as being equivalent to 40% octanol and assumes equilibrium partitioning between the dust and the air. However, more and more evidence shows that this equilibrium partitioning assumption is no longer valid for lowly volatile chemicals, especially for chemicals with KOA greater than 1 to the 10th. This is because lowly volatile chemicals need an extremely long time to reach equilibrium between the air and the dust, which is often orders of magnitude longer than the residence time of the dust within the interior environment. In other words, dust disappears before a chemical reaches equilibrium between the air and the dust. So for lowly volatile chemicals, the chemical concentration in dust, predicted by equilibrium models may always be higher than those measured in reality. For example, Weschler and Narskoff, 2010, collected measurements of more than 60 organic chemicals from 19 published studies. Their analysis shows that equilibrium models may overestimate chemical concentrations in the dust by a factor of 5 for a chemical with KOA of 1 to the 10th and by a factor of 100 for a chemical with KOA 1 to the 13th. You can find this relationship in figure 2 of Weschler and Narskoff's, quote, SVOC partitioning between the gas phase and settled dust indoors, published in the journal Atmospheric Environment. Will provide the full reference. As we know, DIDP is extremely lowly volatile chemical, and the draft physical chemistry assessment for DIDP uses a KOA of 1 to the 13th for this chemical. Therefore, it's likely that the DIDP concentration in the dust has been overestimated at least by a factor of 100. Our recommendation is to either replace the default CEM method with more realistic numbers that consider the non-equilibrium partitioning of DIDP between dust and air, or if this is not feasible, articulate this overestimation in the report. Other issues included lines 1463 to 1467, equation 3.1 on page 56 and 57. It's confusing why EPA sought to back calculate the ingestion rate of dust from the ingestion rate of DIDP among Canadians reported by UC and Health Canada. First, this back calculated ingestion rate of dust was not used in EPA's own calculation, as the EPA indicated later that the data for their calculations were taken from Oskinok et al. 2022. Second, the way Health Canada calculated the ingestion rate of DIDP is by multiplying DIDP chemical concentrations and the ingestion rate of dust. So the ingestion rate of the dust is actually the input, not something that needs to be back calculated. Other comments? The CEM is generally appropriate for purposes of assessing indoor dust exposures for use patterns and receptors. However, CEM assumes a home environment, and EPA should not limit exposure scenarios for the COUs to in-residence. In order to address exposure scenarios such as vehicle interiors or gyms, as mentioned, some CEM defaults may need adaptations. EPA has to ensure that upper bound exposure scenarios are included and carried forward to the risk evaluations. This comment is relevant to DINP and other high priority phthalates. Carpeting in homes does not appear to be a CEM input, but the presence of carpets may alter dust fate and chemical loading of dust and should be considered as a source of variability, uncertainty, and modeling. Perhaps others have added that the issue about carpets can be handled as it would be the medium that is providing the exposure. I appreciate that we appreciate that detailed technical information from CEM. It's not all rewritten in the exposure assessment. The equations and tables 2.7 through 2.12 are helpful. However, some additional information on dust size fractions and fate pathways into the dust would be appreciated. Time periods for acute, intermediate, and chronic exposure seem appropriate, as does the daily model doses to compute intermediate exposure durations that are based on professional judgment. Section 2.2, dermal modeling. The section explains EPA's logic, though we need further consideration on the aqueous layer as part of the dermal exposure, particularly given to the low solubility for DIDP. There does not appear to be consideration of a dermal to oral pathway for DIDP. This may be important for some articles and for some pests and should be added. This is a concern for the other phthalates as well. Examples, a young child using synthetic leather furnishing while sucking a thumb or eating snacks with unwashed hands. Section 3.2, indoor dust modeling. Huabo et al., reference to be provided, is an appropriate comparator given the limited data for DIDP. However, EPA should note that production and use of DIDP has increased since the Canadian house dust study was performed, and this 2013 publication on dust in Canadian homes may underestimate current exposure levels from dust in the US. It's also worth noting that the maximum concentration of DIDP in house dust was 14-fold higher than the median, indicating substantial difference between great variability in the DIDP dust. Regarding other phthalates, there are considerably more dust monitoring studies for lower molecular weight phthalates. We'll include other references. The dust ingestion rates, Nosk and Yak et al. At EPA appear to be appropriate and applied. That's the end of our comments for that section.
Thank you, Dr. Chasen. And we have a similar list of discussants. Dr. Lee.
I don't have anything to add. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Fanning.
Thank you. Let's see, as my camera's not working. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Just a short addition to the comment that Dr. Chasen read in concerning modeling of potentially non-residential exposure scenarios. So one of the assumptions that is made in this modeling is that residential exposures capture the high-end consumer exposures. And we think that despite shorter exposure time durations in other microenvironments, EPA has not clearly assured the public that exposure levels couldn't be higher in some of those microenvironments. And so we recommend that EPA explore and present some specific exposure scenarios for selected COUs, and particularly those COUs with numerous products, such as, I don't have my document open, but a COU that is plastic products generally. And I think the important piece I wanted to add is that high exposure scenarios should aggregate across exposure levels across numerous contributing products. So for example, on the car interiors, we're not interested in just hearing about exposure from car mats. It needs to integrate across all the plastic products in the car. Thank you.
thank you for that comment, which reminds me, alumni from our university and others have published information related to phthalates in things like carpet dust and found that they're certainly equal to, if not higher, in places like daycares and places of worship and work environments, like office environments, not manufacturing environments. So that is an important point. Thank you for bringing that up. Now, our next discussant is Dr. Rife.
With no additional comments. Thank you.
All right, and then we have Dr. Spade.
Thank you for the summary. And I think the only comment that I have that wasn't in the summary is just a question for clarification from EPA. If the model dust concentrations, if that model includes the assumption that the DIDP has to enter the vapor phase before it can become associated with dust, I think in the previous question, charge question, there was a request for clarification about whether abrasion or other pathways could lead to DIDP entering dust without having entered the vapor phase. And so I think that is a relevant question to, to how dust concentrations of DIDP are modeled.
So is that a question to EPA today, or is that a question you're suggesting should be addressed in their report?
I guess that's a question I'm suggesting should be addressed in the report.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Fanning is back.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on Dr. Spade's comment there. That was an important piece of conversation that we had in the committee. And I also wanted to put in the record the discussion that we had with staff yesterday about the volume of dust in the model that is considered available for exposure to DIDP. And what we thought we heard from staff was that it's only the dust that settles on the article in question. So that, I think, is actually a question to EPA. Can EPA please clarify for us whether dust that enters DIDP in dust that enters the that enters into the model is the entire reservoir of house dust available for exposure. It was very hard to tease that apart yesterday.
Okay, all right, thank you. And we will go to EPA for clarifications on some of that after we go to the remainder of the committee. So are there comments from the remainder of the committee? Okay, I don't see any, but I do have a maybe a question for those who commented on the partitioning and equilibrium of DIDP between vapor phase and dust. And there was a discussion about, since the partitioning couldn't come to equilibrium, that the dust concentrations in dust were overestimated. The question then becomes, does that not imply that the concentrations in air are underestimated? And if so, is that not a large underestimation given the partitioning coefficient? So does the group or the person that made that dust over estimate, what do you think about that?
So this is Lily speaking. So I made a comment on the dust and air partition coefficient. So maybe I can provide some more information about this. So find this. Okay, so the CEM model actually made an assumption that is the chemical first getting to the the air phase, which is the vapor phase from the product material, and then partition into the dust. So that's why the dust air partition coefficient is very important. So if this partition coefficient has been overestimated, and then with the same level of air concentration, you can get a higher concentration in the dust. So that's why the concentration in dust would be overestimated. So I have to point out that a limitation of this method is like they ignore the abrasion or other ways of release of chemical in the environment, because the chemical can be released into the environment through the abrasion and the dust generated from this one. So in that case, the starting point of the chemical partitioning would be the chemical in the dust, not the chemical in the air or in the vapor phase. So in that case, if the partition coefficient is underestimated, then the concentration in air would be overestimated, and the concentration in dust would be still okay. Yeah.
So even more complicated than my question.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
thank you for that. Thank you for that discussion. And I think that will be helpful. Are there other comments from the committee before we proceed back to or turn it back to EPA? All right. So thank you to everyone. And we'll turn it back over to EPA to see if you have clarifying questions for us, and perhaps to see if you can answer Dr. Fanning's question about the dust deposition. If not, I understand it's on the spot.
Hi, this is Laura Karnathic. Responding, so just to rephrase the question, make sure I understand it. The question was whether the entirety of the surface area for the article, and then all of that is covered in dust, that would become available for, and it depends on the exposure route that we're pursuing, of course. So for inhalation, for example, that dust would become available, suspended, and then would become available for inhalation. So Dr. Lee's description of the complexity of the dynamics of dust and vapor are correct. The model does provide the inhalation of both of the dust, particulate, and gas phase without decoupling both. So when we get inhalation, is both the particulate, the dust that is suspended, and the vapor. I hope that sort of clarifies a little bit that. And then there is ingestion from some of that suspended as well. That's also part of the ingestion assessment. A lot of the ingestion assessment is also done on the suspended, on the settled dust. So that would be the bulk of that assessment, whatever was settled. So we do assume that the bulk of that dust would be available for ingestion, which is.
Okay, great. And Dr. Fanning, does that answer your question?
Sorry, trying to get off mute. I think I think we have the information that we need to proceed with preparing comments about the handling of dust in the models. Thank you so much.
Dr. Kopp, we'll be taking the information EPA has provided, or if they want to give us more information about the specifics of those comments. And then I'll be asking Dr. Fanning and Dr. Lee to try to put together a thorough, coherent conversation of this along with our recommendations.
Yeah, I'm confident in that. So thank you to EPA for providing that response, and now we'll move to our next charge question.
This is Anthony Les, EPA. So I'm now going to read charge question 1A, part 3. Please also comment on mouthing behavior input parameters related to estimating chemical migration to saliva for infants and toddlers. Thank you.
Oh, okay. And Dr. Chason is our lead discussant again. And I will remind everyone, this is George Cobb speaking. We're supposed to identify ourselves. And so please do that. I'm introducing Dr. Chason, so I'm not sure that's essential, but when you do speak, please identify yourself.
This is Dr. Chris Chason. In general, the committee accepted the EPA approach for assumptions for this to be representative for the exposure assessment. However, the approach described in lines 851 and onward and in table 2-10 appear to contain a flaw that could lead to underestimated exposure. To set high, medium, and low exposure scenario for mouthing values, EPA used the mean mouthing times from the exposure factor manual for ages 1 to 3, 3 to 6, 6 to 9, and 9 to 12 months. However, by setting the high exposure scenario mouthing time as the longest mean time from those 4 subgroups, the model is missing approximately the upper 50th percentile of the distribution for that highest subset. This could lead to underestimates of exposure. We note also that this lack of looking at the full distribution overlooks the possibilities of such distributions being skewed either to the left or to the right. It also may underestimate the effects of age of the materials and the effect, if you will, on distortions from, quote, chewing. Parameterization of the mouthing behavior and migration to saliva appear to have been thoughtfully done, and resources were identified. The Danish EPA report on migration of phthalates into saliva and support the use of this document generally, as well as using the DINP migration rate as a surrogate for DIDP. Mouthing behavior inputs from the exposure factors handbooks seems reasonable. We also should consider the inclusion of pet toys as has been brought up before, and once again, the dynamics of the release factors that have been mentioned before. That was an uncharacteristically short report from us.
So thank you, Dr. Chason. And there probably was crosstalk between a lot of these questions. So maybe some of the response to this actually was captured in 1A1 a bit as well. So I appreciate that. So our discussants are again fairly similar. So Dr. Lee?
I don't have any thing to add.
And Dr. Fanning?
No additional comment. Thank you.
Dr. Wright?
And no additional comments. Thank you.
And Dr. Spade?
No additional comment. Thank you.
So thanks to that group of discussants. And the rest of the committee, are there additional comments from the remainder of the committee? If there are none, we can turn this back to EPA for clarifying questions and then reading in the next charge question after that.
Yes. Hi, this is Laura Karnavik asking a clarifying question on one of the comments and making sure that the comment on the age groups and the mouthing parameters used were not just related to the indoor monitoring assessment analysis that we perform, but they're also looking to the those same parameters for the overall modeling mouthing that we did in CNN. Just clarifying that.
Dr. Chason or that discussant group?
I'm not sure I know the answer to that. Maybe somebody else on the subcommittee can clarify that.
This is Dan Spade. So I think part of the comment is a question about how a high exposure scenario or a low exposure scenario is properly defined. So if you are defining a high exposure scenario for the entire age, 0 to 1 years age group by selecting mean data for subsets of individuals that fall under that 0 to 1 age group. Does the high exposure scenario properly defined have to account for some portion of the upper tail of the distribution? And if it does, then I think the question is, does the selection of the highest mean of the 4 means leave out a significant portion of the upper tail of the distribution?
Okay, I misunderstood the question for the, within the exposure factors handbook, the references for the data that actually was used by the group to derive those means is usually included. And I haven't looked up these numbers in a long time, but that is where I usually go to look for 2 things. And one is why did they pick the mean, and did they report the median, and what is the distribution of the exposures that were used? The people put the exposure factors handbook together really took on a heroic task, because sometimes the data that were being used was this not called ideal. And so they did the very best they could, from my point of view, to come up with usable factors that are generally employed. In situations like this, I think it might be well worth going back to look at the original information and see whether or not those distributions can be exposed, if you will, no pun intended, and whether or not there are better information available today than were cited in the exposure. This was actually the reason why we asked for when the latest update was done on some of these factors in the book, because some of those data are a couple decades old. I understand that the agency uses the exposure factor handbooks, which is an outstanding tool. But in this kind of circumstance, where it might be worth looking for more recent information, specifically showing the distributions.
Dr. Krnavik, does that answer your question?
Yes, I think so. I think they're talking in general, not just the one analysis. So yeah, thank you.
But it's good to get these things clarified, and I know it helps you prepare before we can get our final report drafted. So now we can turn to reading in the final charge question for 1A.
1A4, Dr. Cobb?
Are we on 1A4?
Yeah.
I
think.
Yeah, I'm laughing because Charlene was trying to help me not make this error, and I've already made it. So, so yes, 1A4, we're not quite to the final charge question for 1A.
This is Tony Lez with EPA. I'll now read in part 4 of charge question 1A. So in light of comments on charge questions 1A1 through 1A3, please comment on the weight of scientific evidence and its conclusions for the consumer and indoor dust assessment. So it's section 5 of the draft consumer and indoor dust exposure assessment. Please include in these comments a discussion of the clarity and transparency of the data used and EPA's interpretation of the exposure results. Thank you.
Thank you for reading that into the record, and Dr. Chason is the lead discussant for this question as well.
Thank you. This is Dr. Chason. We have a series of comments. First one, the use of Canadian data and as well as data from other countries was sort of downgraded. And in our opinion, it looked rather severe. Unless there are reasons to expect the COUs or other significant factors of manufacturing, environmental conditions, use, populations involved or such, the geopolitical status does not seem relevant for downgrading. This is especially true for information from Canadian and the EU countries where the scientific and regulatory attitudes about research, monitoring, data quality, regulatory use of information, et cetera, are at least equal to those of the US regulatory and research bodies. We need to compare reviews on these chemicals across other regulatory authorities. By the way, we noted that the way that this was done in looking at the toxicology information, I think was really excellent, and we will strongly encourage a similar approach to be used for the data and information in general use in the exposure assessment. This is important for a variety of reasons, including comparisons of data use, approaches, and ultimate exposure assessments and risk assessment metrics. In such comparisons, the details about the options and utility of data, approaches, and methods and models can be understood by the EPA scientists, SAC reviewers, stakeholders, and the public. EPA evaluations now seem to be isolated reviews on an international level, although the products and chemicals are often internationally distributed, used, and regulated. Presentation of what other authorities offer for scientific reviews and or regulation of the chemicals, including internationally by US state, other scientific authorities, would be a good starting point. Data use depends on contextual factors such as, are the products grouped in the same way for review? Are other data information used by other authorities? The era of the reviews, and are aggregated exposure and risk assessment used either to assess multiple scenarios or to highlight relative contributions of different exposure scenarios, such as those we're considering, and products to the aggregated risk? What are the differences among the answers, exposure, populations exposed, et cetera? These kinds of comparisons are very, very helpful and very, very important for credibility of the agency's review. Such considerations of other thoughtful evaluations serve to provide context around the answers and highlight areas of significant differences which can be discussed and can improve confidence in the EPA's assessment methods, data use models, et cetera. Scientists, stakeholders, and the public can see differences in conclusions, regulatory differences, et cetera, from other authorities and regulators. Without such discussions by EPA, these readers will logically wonder what yielded the differences and possibly question the reviews. Indeed, that situation can be exploited. The clarity and transparency of EPA's reports are impressive for a regulatory assessment across such broad necessary sciences. Comments in the previous sections may assist with additional improvements. The most significant issue is probably one of apparent omission rather than improvements of existing reviews. In particular, the overall construct of the document, parsing into consumer use, only one of the review topics in the TSCA mandate, we've pointed out, seemingly ignore completely topics, as we've discussed before, and their related exposure scenarios. We will detail that, of course, in our written report. The explanations for assignment of slight, moderate, and robust confidence for weight fractions, product use patterns, and article surface are transparent. Selecting stay-at-home activity patterns and approaches to mouthing behavior are reasonable, but we, of course, have already suggested some improvements on that. Dermal absorption is an area of high uncertainty in the assessment, and it needs to be highlighted for the risk evaluation chapter. Use of upper bound exposure estimates in risk evaluation for the COUs, including dermal absorption, is warranted due to the considerable uncertainty. Dermal to oral routes should also be addressed. In tables 5.1 through 5.3, due to the issues raised previously without construction products contributing to exposure after use, as they age and wear in indoor environments, we recommend reducing the overall exposure confidence until that's corrected. Further, as mentioned previously, the COU, automotive, and other fluids needs to be fully represented. That absence and lack of discussions on other potentially high exposure scenarios and non-residential scenarios reduces the overall confidence in the report. Confidence estimates derived from the Canadian House Dust Study, monitoring from moderate to slight. There are numerous uncertainties in comparison to the model measure estimates. We will detail this further in the written report. Lines 2120 to 2113 on page 116. Calculation of the aqueous permeability coefficient, KP, in this assessment may be highly uncertain. The Tenberge approach was used, which considers the resistance to permeation caused by three components in the human skin: the lipid medium and proteins in the stratocorneum, and the aqueous boundary layer over the skin, also known as the water layer. This EPA calculation was looked at and found that since DIDP is highly hydrophobic, the majority of resistance comes predominantly from the aqueous boundary layer. It does not matter how the lipids and proteins are considered or parameterized in the model. The key is ensuring the permeation across the aqueous boundary layer is well characterized and calculated. However, a chemical's permeability across the aqueous boundary layer is currently understudied for highly hydrophobic chemicals. We simply don't have enough data. Therefore, the calculated KP may also be highly uncertain, and we do not know whether the calculated KP overestimates or underestimates the actual permeability. Excuse me. Across the aqueous boundary layer. In line 2114 to 2115 on page 116, EPA states, quote, however, EPA is confident the selected approaches represent an upper bound of dermal absorption from DIDP from solid articles. However, there's no explanation for why the EPA is so confident. I mentioned before, EPA's estimate of dermal absorption may have substantially overestimated dermal exposure, and because it does not consider rate limit by mass transfer within the product material. If this overestimation is considered a sign of conservativeness in risk assessment, then the EPA can state that this confidence is based on that principle. However, leaving to question the entire SAC and EPA, overestimation can be caused by either using inappropriate assumptions in the calculation or by selecting the higher end values for individual variables. Conservativeness in risk assessment can be achieved through both, and this needs to be clarified. And I believe that's our entire presentation. Thank you, Dr. Cobb.
Thank you, Dr. Chason. You're doing yeoman's work here for this for these charge questions. I'd like to turn it over now to the individual discussants. Dr. Lee.
No additional comments.
Thank you. Dr. Fanning.
No additional comments. Thank you.
Dr. Wright.
No additional comments. Thank you.
And Dr. Spade.
No additional comments. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you to that team. Now, we'll turn it back over to EPA to see if there are clarifying questions, and if there are none, we will proceed to the reading of the next charge question.
Dr. Cobb, this is Tony Laws with EPA. There's no clarifying questions at this time. So I think we can move on to the next charge question.
Excellent.
Okay, so now we're going to read part 5 of charge question 1A. So for the remaining phthalates, i.e. DEHP, DBP, DIBP, BBP, DCHP, DINP, EPA anticipates potentially needing to refine the exposure assessment for consumer and indoor dust exposure. Please suggest exposure data sources, models, and related methods for estimating dermal, inhalation, and ingestion exposures to chemicals from consumer products that are reasonably available and can be conducted in a timely fashion that allows EPA to meet statutory timelines for TSCA risk evaluations. Thank you.
Thank you for reading that question in, and we will turn again to Dr. Chase.
Yes, Dr. Cobb, can you give me just a moment to pull that up, please?
Surely. And while that's being read in, one thing that came to mind that I did not mention that is pertinent to this particular charge question is, with the advent of a lot of modern high-resolution mass spectrometry, research groups have gone to using high-resolution mass spectrometry to capture virtually all the chemical signature from a sample and archive the data rather than archiving the samples, archiving the mass spec data that could be queried for this type of information. Now, that said, finding that information, that specific information, I'm not prepared to make a suggestion for that now, just to realize that there are research groups throughout the world that are collecting samples of the types we're discussing and analyzing them basically for all the organic materials that their data processor will gather, and then they're archiving the data rather than the samples. So there may be ways to obtain those types of data. But again, I don't have specific sources for that right now. So Dr. Chason, did that get you enough time?
Yeah, thanks for that. I appreciate it. The risk assessment for these chemicals individually rely on exposure and hazard information that carefully align. At least one of the phthalates, DBP, is thought to be acutely potent, which means that the exposure scenarios, computational factors, and subpopulation emphasis will likely be uniquely important. Such scenario components are different from those designed for chronic exposure scenarios. Attention on the statistical handling of data informing the exposure models must be appropriate for acute exposure scenarios. The DIDP is relatively data poor in comparison to the other high priority phthalates. As a general comment, EPA should be prepared to thoroughly evaluate products and scenarios to model to ensure that the selected items and scenarios will provide reasonable assurance of including upper bound exposures to the most highly exposed, most biologically susceptible populations, and as pointed out above, consideration for use in acute exposure. EPA may need to model some scenarios outside of the CM or through adjustments to the CM if those scenarios represent high exposures that may be a concern for a given COU. Just a moment. More complete attention to how chemicals can enter the household air and dust through generation of dust particles from articles and products will be important for the broader COUs and the number of products and articles for the DINP. As suggested before, degradation of plastic polymer products and articles should be included in the dust exposure modeling. We have also noted before that the polymer, the dynamics of the polymer in which the phthalates are included are a key point for all of these evaluations, and that apparently cellulose is also a non-plastic component that needs to be covered. The DIDNP exposure assessment should be reviewed by the SAC, in our opinion. The current review of exposure methods for DIDP does not adequately cover issues that are likely to arise with the DINP. We will include a list that details many of the specifics, including how the additional exposure scenarios that we've discussed in earlier parts of our review will impact these other phthalates, and how some of the specific issues that we have found should be considered for these specific, especially where we expect that the type of plastic or type of polymer in general in which it is embedded becomes an issue across all of these. This is a very abbreviated review here in this section, but I think we've captured the key topics that we will expand upon, and wherever possible, provide references. And that completes it.
Thank you. And let's go to the other discussants. Dr. Lee?
No additional comments. Thank you.
Dr. Fanning?
I do have one additional comment. Thank you for reading in the compilation, Dr. Chesson. I wanted to add to the record the opinion that as EPA assesses exposure to DINP and the other high priority phthalates, attention to cumulative consumer exposures and risks will become especially important. Some of the broader conditions of use for the phthalates include conditions of use where there are multiple products that can contain different phthalates. What that means is that those conditions of use need to be evaluated for the potential for cumulative exposure and risk. So tests based on either high exposure or susceptibility are particularly important. On this, I want to recognize the committee is aware that the cumulative risk approach is not yet finalized, yet we still urge EPA to provide some context for those COUs with multiple phthalates as EPA is conducting evaluations for the individual phthalate chemicals. Thank you.
Dr. Cobb? Adding to Dr. Fanning's comments, there have been discussions about how when doing aggregation and doing cumulative assessments, it appears to us that the entire concept of distributional exposure factors and probabilistic approaches will have to be employed. So we're not jumping the gun, I hope, on that assessment, but that or substantiation of the comment I just made will also be included in our remarks.
Okay, great, thank you. Now, Dr. Reif.
No additional comments for me.
All right, thank you. Return to the balance of the committee. Are there additional comments about the broader phthalate question and this the exposures? I see Dr. Fenner-Crisp.
It has to do with the comment that was made about the acute stuff, and that reminds me of a cautionary tale about expectations of what cumulative risk assessment might look like. I think there may be an expectation on some people's part that that will be one thing, just one assessment, but in fact, the comments that were made just now might be that there will have to be multiple ones based upon durations of exposure. Not simply one that would cover everything, but as Dr. Chasen noticed, that some of the acute effects vary, and they aren't the same ones that are right now targeted, or at least have been discussed with respect to the cumulative risk assessment. You may have to have different endpoints and all that kind of thing. So I think one should be cautioned to understand that the agency has more work to do in a cumulative risk assessment for these phthalates than one might have expected.
Excellent point. Yeah, thank you very much. Are there other comments? Okay, seeing none, we can move to the EPA to see if there are clarifying questions related to this charge question.
EPA, no clarifying questions. I'd just like to thank the committee for all the thoughtful discussion and recommendations to the agency for DIDP charge question 1A. Thank you.
Well, and we appreciate your dialogue with us today here. All right, we are at a lunch break and we're 10 minutes early. I think perhaps we can, is it okay with the committee and the agency if we go to lunch now and take an hour and 10 minutes?
That would be great.
Some of us have teed up a break room session during lunch.
Well,
Do
we
we
could,
wanna
you know
do that
what?
now or later?
You know what? The lunch break is not scheduled until an hour from now. I misread the schedule.
Okay.
I really apologize. Dr. Chasen, are you prepared with 1B1?
Yeah, we sure are.
Okay. Well, then EPA, if you can read 1B1 into the record, that would be great. And if that's Dr. Luz, I apologize for continuing to call you EPA, but I don't have a list of who's going to be asking the question.
No problem, Dr. Cobb. This is Tony with EPA. I'll be reading charge question 1B. And this has 4 parts. So as described in section 2 of the draft environmental media and general population exposure for DIDP, EPA used sentinel exposures to conduct a screening approach for the DIDP exposure assessment. EPA anticipates that the exposure methodologies demonstrated in the draft risk evaluation for DIDP will be applicable to DINP exposure scenarios. Okay, so part 1 of charge question 1B. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of the selected data and methods employed in the use of sentinel exposures in the screening approach. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for reading that in, and we will turn to Dr. Chasen as our lead discussant.
Hello, this is Dr. Chasen. Right now, we're going to detail for you a listing of issues that we've come up with in our written report. We will further discuss these in terms of strengths and challenges within that report. The issues included relevance of the media. DIDP in water is assumed to partition into particulates and settle to the bottom or lower part of the water column, and therefore waterborne chemicals would not be available for exposure opportunities to humans or other organisms and food chains, etc. This may overlook food chain issues, consumptions by other types of fish, or yield food chain exposures, especially to pest communities, subsistence communities. The water bodies are not all clear in reality, often with murky or constant turbulence. That condition provides opportunities for exposure by swimming, surface water consumption, or use in foods by subsistence communities. This is discussed in references from the public submissions, by the way, and was discussed previously with EPA. If concentrations are above, this was point of some confusion about the calculation. If concentrations are above 27,000 milligrams per kilogram, that's like 2.7% by weight. That level of contamination, even if adhering to particulates, needs to be explored in detail. EPA presumes that to be of no consequence as it is written up, whether or not they meant to portray it that way. We will detail that a little further. Fluorine scenarios, mobilizing media containing the phthalate, including on the ground and dry surfaces, the sediment in shallow bodies of waters, rivers, and creeks should be further discussed. The general approach of sentinel is good. We have no argument with that. See page 8, lines 272 to 281. But execution of the approach could profit from a structured, more structured deliberation. And we would like to present where we see that could be included in the overall approach for the TSCA evaluations. Again, the concept of just general population seems to be used with less consideration in a structured way of consideration for pests. Although EPA mentions it, it just usually says we don't find any pests. And that conversation, given the ubiquitousness of phthalates, seems to be understated. Details to follow. The assessment could benefit from further exploration of exposures from dirt. What about construction workers, gardeners, landscapers, and the track back into the home by general dirt in the both from occupational and from general environments, and the daily exposures to broad groups of people. The concept of the use of sentinel exposures to test for exposure scenarios of potential consequence, as discussed in EPA's document for exposure assessment, as discussed in Section 2, is a valuable approach, especially when monitoring data or new exposure scenarios are being discussed with limited record of actual exposure or media residue. Committee agrees on this. However, the assumptions described in Section 2, especially lines 368 to 375, that the highest end of an exposure path begins with industrial releases should be chronicled and defended somehow because it drives the entire sentinel assessment paradigm on which these analyses rest. The industrial releases may indeed yield high and exposure pathways, but there may be other exposure pathways for phthalates which are also generating high end exposure, potentially also sentinel. And given there are no monitoring or residue data to declare which sentinel is the biggest, all potential high-end pathways may be legitimate to include in this assessment process. The EPA assessment of phthalate exposure and subsequent risk does not include the world of distribution of products from the product through the wholesaler, retailer, or online distributor to the consumer. That pathway has a lot in common with the logic that is used for industrial releases. The pathway involves wrapping individual products in whole plats of products, movement, stacking, storage in massive warehouses. Workers in these facilities are in constant proximity to phthalate-rich wrapping materials, insulation materials, packing materials, and the dust in the buildings, shelves, and on interior structural components of the buildings. Just as in the residences, the exposures could be significant, and to these workers, one can assume long daily exposures periods over a 5 or 6 day per week working schedule. The track home residues may not be sentinel, but could also be significant to the contamination of home spaces and the multi-generational people living there. Hence, unlike the industrial fugitive release into outdoor spaces, here we have the potential of exposure to phthalate-rich dust for chronic exposure scenarios. In other words, the dust either stays in those big warehouses for exposure to the workers, or it gets sucked out through the ventilation or exposure pathways that look a lot like the industrial kinds of emissions, perhaps in addition to the pathways proposed by EPA. The Table 1.1 of Section 2, page 11, distribution in commerce, is listed, but is apparently not discussed in the assessment or not found, at least by this reviewer. Section 2.2 and other sections state, quote, general population exposures occur when DIDP is released into the environment, and the environment media is then a pathway for exposure. While this is most likely true, but is the evidence or body of evidence that this specific scenario is always the progenitor of a sentinel exposure? If this is to be the only progenitor scenario considered by EPA as a practice of science, if not a policy, then the evidence for it should be at least cited in the document, especially if other initiating scenarios are not to be considered. I believe that's all of the, no, there are others. There is also an issue about the use of fish consumption that, of course, is very important for the calculations in the sentinel exposure scenarios, as other types of animals may also be. Since DIDP has a high KOW and a high KOA, it's anticipated that fish consumptions, more so than maybe other terrestrial food sources, makes the highest contribution to the total chemical intake, because such chemicals are more bioaccumulative in aquatic animals than in terrestrial animals. That may also be true for the other species that we've mentioned in this review. And with that, I conclude.
All right, thank you for providing that summary. And now we can turn to our other discussants. Dr. Lee?
No additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. David?
No additional comments.
Dr. Wright?
No additional comments on this.
Thank you. And then Dr. Gentry?
Additional comments.
Was that no comments?
No additional comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. So now we can turn back to EPA to see if they're clarifying questions. And if not, we can move to charge question 1B, which would be led by Dr. Lee.
Excuse me, Dr. Cobb, are there comments from the rest of the committee? We've hit on some points that others might have expertise on.
You're exactly correct. And I did not go there. So let's go to the rest of the committee to see if there are other comments.
Thank you for reminding us, Dr.
Yeah, Dr. Ottinger.
I just want to bring up a theme that's going to keep coming back over and over again, which is that there's a bit of a disconnect in terms of the assessments that are made for aquatic levels, and that there were effects at lower than environmentally measured concentrations. But the question became, was it a physical rather than chemical effect? And just to read that into the record so that we can have further discussion on that point.
I think that's a good point. That's one that I brought up yesterday. And I think that's an important point that needs to be addressed. And we can either do that here or in the later discussion of how that cascades into the risk. But yeah, I agree that there were effects that were discounted and not considered. So do you want to expand on that any, Marianne?
Yeah, I think it's going to come up again in 1B II, and it's also going to be revisited when we talk about more of the environmental effects in the charge questions later today and tomorrow. But I think it's important to make sure that we look at the data that are available, because they are sometimes dismissed for various reasons, and just make sure that the reasoning for dismissal is very clear and warranted and supported by the available literature. Beyond that, I just think it's going to be a continuing discussion and question, especially for the eco side.
Yeah, I agree fully. Thank you. Dr. Fanning.
Yes, thank you. I think this is the appropriate charge question for this comment. It can be, there is some overlap. It appears to me that contributions to environmental releases are only considered as coming from facilities. I would like to comment that it is possible for releases to surface waters to come from DIDP and relevant to other phthalates from phthalate containing products in the environment as well. An example for DIDP that was given in conditions of use is, for example, large awnings, so stadium covers. And degradation of these plastics, emissions to the environment, could conceivably contribute to surface water concentrations via a stormwater route. I would encourage EPA to ensure that related contributions to environmental concentrations from product use be considered. Thank you.
Dr. Cobb.
Yes.
This is Dr. Chasen. I'd like to just add a little extra onto Dr. Fanning's comments. This whole issue about increased non-storm flooding that's occurring more and more across our country is exaggerating, if you will, or magnifying, let me use the word magnifying, the issue that Dr. Fanning just brought up. And the whole idea of washing out various streets and residences and warehouses and all kinds of things like that into local water is an issue that's being experienced not just along the coast. In fact, there's been more daily non-storm flooding in the interior of the United States than all of the coastal regions combined. And those are from mostly small creeks and the tributaries into major water in major rivers throughout the United States. So the issue Dr. Fanning brought up is really critical, I think, for EPA to begin to be including in these kinds of reviews. It's a very future. I mean, this is a problem that's going to obviously be with us for hopefully not decades, but it's certainly here now.
Thank you for that question, George Cobb. Dr. Chasen, by non-storm, do you mean non-hurricane, or do you mean
non-storm?
Not just not a big storm. So it's a rain event, but not a big storm.
Nope, it's not a rain event. They are listed under called sunny day flooding events, and this is when whole residential commercial areas frequently flood because of a variety of factors. But one of the events that happens is that you get sort of a washing off of the surfaces across huge areas and back into the waterways nearby.
Okay.
And it obviously, it also includes rain and storm events, but it's certainly not limited to that.
Yeah, got it. Okay, turning back to the remainder of the committee, are there other comments? All right, then we can move to EPA for clarifying questions. And after we're done with that, we can move to our next charge question.
Thanks, Dr. Cobb. This is Tony Lowe's with EPA. There's no questions at this time.
Great.
Okay, we can move on to charge question 1B, part 2. Please include a consideration of the strengths and uncertainties associated with methods related to calculating surface water concentrations for DIDP, and that's in section 5. Thank you.
All right, and our lead discussant for this is Dr. Lee.
Okay, so this is Lily speaking. So first I will read some overview of the general comments from the subcommittee. So the subcommittee appreciates EPA's efforts to integrate both model predictions and environmental monitoring evidence for calculating surface water concentrations. However, it's unfortunate that all water monitoring data came from outside the US and no water monitoring data were available for the US water bodies. The committee also raised concerns about modeled DIDP concentrations in water and sediment. The modeled concentration in water exceeded the DIDP water solubility by nearly 100,000 times. Of course, it's not uncommon to see the modeled concentrations exceeding the water solubility to some extent, because the model concentrations represents the total concentration, which combines the fraction freely dissolved and the fraction absorbed onto suspended particles, rather than freely absorbed concentrations. However, such a huge difference cannot be rationalized by the difference between the total and the freely dissolved concentrations. So EPA may wish to consider the reason behind this. For example, whether the release scenario or the scale of the assumed receiving water bodies is reasonable. However, if EPA determines they have high confidence in these extremely high concentrations, they should be aware that these numbers already exceed the aquatic effect level by 20 to 400 times, indicating significant risk to aquatic ecological receptors. Although the committee understands that commenting on ecological effects and the ecological risk is not part of the questions asked here, the committee believes that the risk issue needs to be addressed during this review meeting. So I also saw Dr. Oettingen and Dr. Cobb mentioned ecological ecological facts just now. So maybe this would be a good place to comment on this issue. So now I will show the identified issues one by one. I will first show some minor issues, most for clarification. So lines 722 to 724 on page 29, the sentence reads, sediment associated with urban stormwater runoff collected within an underground sedimentation facility in Gothenburg, Sweden, represents the highest concentration of DIDP within sediment at 60,000 microgram per kilogram. The nature of this sedimentation facility is to isolate and retain sediments from stormwater runoff within a treatment facility, and not representative of the sediments associated with the surface waters. So one of our committee member comment, discounting the 60,000 microgram per kilogram, that is 60 milligram per kilogram of DIDP in stormwater sediment is troubling. The distribution of concerns in this study could be used to compare with the acute sediment toxicity data. The same study contains the values of DIDP and DINP in stormwater discharge, which could be used in comparison to acute toxicity values for ecological receptors. And then table 5-3 on page 33 provides estimated acute dose ADRs for different age groups. In the footnote, it states, table 1-1 provides the crosswalk of OES to COUs to indicate how different scenarios were made. The sentence in line A49 to A50 reads, using the acute dose based on the highest modeled 95th percentile, the MOEs are greater than the benchmark of 30. So comment, provide more explanation of the MOEs greater than the benchmark 30, table 5-3. Also the assumptions made for the ADRs for different age groups needs further references to link the data to the information beyond table 1-1. And next one, line 10-15 on page 39. The sentence reads, however, DIDP is not expected to be bioavailable for uptake by aquatic organisms due to its strong absorption to organic matter and hydrophobicity. So comment, the statement that DIDP is not expected to be taken up by aquatic organisms is directly contradicted by monitoring data present in the draft environmental exposure assessment. In fact, EPA used an empirical BASF to compute uptake to animals. All these types of language need significant harmonization across assemblage of the report in this document, in this docket. Next one, line 10-24 on page 39. Comment, the values in the surface water column all need citations. The monitor surface water data seem to be the means from a single study. This single study can be noted in the caption. The mean must be changed to a high centile and perhaps from a system with the higher aqueous concentrations. Higher centile values from this study would produce a value of 73 milligram per liter. And next one, table 11-2 on page 16.6. So comment, the 30Q5 concentration of 100 microgram per liter is not the same as the concentration of 547 microgram per liter reported for lubricants and the functional fluids in table 5.1 and the other tables in that section. Why is there a difference, or is one of them incorrect? If the 547 value from table 5.1 is correct, then the MOEs are lower, but still acceptable for humans. These predicted concentrations do raise the question about the protection of ecological receptors. And then I will read some main issues. So number one, the absence of US water monitoring data. So line 67 to 678 on page 28. The sentence reads, A studies within the pool of reasonably available information reported DIDP concentrations within surface water. No US studies were identified. Comment, the lack of US data is somewhat surprising. Please make clear why this is the case and how does this fit with the WWTP data, the wastewater treatment data, plant data. And 2, overestimation of DIDP concentrations in water and the sediment. Comment. Tables 4 and 5 and the related text on page 26 and 27. Using the VVWM model with the point source calculator tool, the EPA predicts the DIDP concentrations to range from 1.47 to 10,200 microgram per liter if no wastewater treatment techniques were applied. Table 4-4. The concentration is 547 microgram per liter. Even it is assumed that 94% of the DIDP is removed during wastewater treatment. Table 4-5. These predicted concentrations far exceed the water solubility of the DIDP, which is 0.17 microgram per liter, by up to 100,000 times. Of course, it's not surprising to see the concentrations slightly higher than the water solubility in environmental monitoring. This is because the monitoring concentrations are the total concentration in water rather than the concentrations of freely dissolved chemicals in the aqueous phase. And the chemicals may be absorbed onto suspended particles in water. However, it's unlikely for the total concentration to be 100,000 times higher than the water solubility at a normal level of suspended particle content. This indicates that predicted concentrations may not be that reasonable. We are not comfortable with using these predicted concentrations for further exposure assessment, especially for drinking water exposure assessment, because the risk assessment requires reasonable worst case. As described in section 4.1, that is lines 575 to 576, the modeling was based on the generic modeled water body parameters, which has a standardized width of 5 meters, length of 40 meters, and depth of 1 meter. Actually, this represents a very small volume. This means that EPA assumes that all the DIDP released from a site is confined to such a small swimming pool. In reality, chemicals may be diluted and will not be confined within this small area if the modeled water body is a part of a larger water body, for example, a lake or a river. If the modeled water body represents an entire lake, then the DIDP must form a pure phase separated from the water phase. And if this really happens, then the aquatic animals are exposed to a pure phase of dense liquid DIDP. In either case, the assumed emission rate or the scaled receiving environment may not make sufficient sense. In addition, regarding tables 4 and 5 and the related text on page 26 and 27, EPA estimate that the beneath sediment concentration of DIDP were up to 27,600 milligram per kilogram. As I mentioned above, since the assumed emission rates or the scale of receiving environment may not be realistic, we are not comfortable using this number for further exposure modeling. So our recommendation is that EPA may either, 1, use a large or more realistic volume of water body, or 2, scale the release rate based on the portion of receiving water body in a large water body. And another comment on this is, in table 5-3, the model concentrations are 547 microgram per liter and 9,110 microgram per liter with or without wastewater treatment, respectively. These numbers exceed the aquatic effect level of 20 or 40 microgram per liter by 20 to 400 times. So if EPA determines these numbers, the predicted concentrations are reasonable, These predicted concentrations raise concerns about the protection of ecological receptors. So maybe I need to pivot this to Dr. Cobb because I believe he can elaborate this much better than I do. Yeah, that's everything from my side.
So thank you, Dr. Lee. This is George Cobb. I think we'll turn to the other discussants for comments, additional comments before I can address the specific things that you mentioned that you would turn over to me. But I think some of the other discussants want to get their perspectives in. And thank you for that very nice summary.
Thanks.
And I see Dr. Ottinger is on screen, so we'll go with you first.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. That was a very complete and very accurate representation of all the input that we all gave you. All I want to do is emphasize again the disconnect between some of the measurements. If the assumption is that the wastewater removal, the treatment plants were very effective and therefore means that nothing is really getting out in the environment, that is not a good assumption. And it means that we need to be very cognizant of rainwater and other sources of potential contamination that have been discussed in the previous charge questions. So all those factors need to be integrated together. The other thing I want to bring up again is the idea that there's a absorption assumption and documentation that is evidence for potential higher exposure in some areas, especially if the chemicals, the phthalates, are adhering to particulate matter in the sediment and therefore available to aquatic species. And that can go beyond, and you'll hear more from me later about this, but that can go beyond the fish and other organisms that are usually considered and into dabbling ducks and all sorts of other generally terrestrial considered animals. So just want to bring up that disconnect of exposure potential and risk to these organisms and the assumption that no effect or no data means that they're just fine, which I think is an error. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ottinger. That's and I'll follow up on that in a second. I see Dr. David has a comment as well.
No, I have no additional comments.
Oh,
Sorry.
I apologize. I saw your screen, and so I will. Dr. Heiger-Bernays, do you have your hand up?
But I'm not on this question, so I need to wait until you go through all the respondents, and then I can talk.
Okay. All right. So I'll add for what Dr. Heiger-Bernays mentioned that there are monitoring data that are not even industrialized areas where there's wastewater treatment from a municipal wastewater treatment plant where the measured concentrations far exceed the concentrations that I shouldn't say far. They exceed the concentrations that produce toxicity in the laboratory studies. So I think EPA really cannot discount those laboratory studies and has to include those. There may be differing perspectives on this committee, but I don't see how you can say that there's no effect and just throw those data away when you've got measured concentrations in the environment that are those that exceed those concentrations in the aquatic testing. I'll also say that there is a possibility that you can use the maximum acceptable toxicant concentration, the MATC, for Daphnia across a couple of different phthalates and compare that to the observed effect for the DIDP and come up with a ratio that may actually allow you to use some of those other phthalate data to predict toxicity in sensitive fish species like trout. And if you do that, you find out that the trout is probably similarly sensitive in the chronic state, but those data do not exist. Now, I'm not an aquatic toxicologist per se. I have worked on aquatic toxicology studies with others. So I'll be happy if someone thinks that that's not an appropriate approach. Happy to hear if that's not an appropriate approach. There are lots of details in this, and that'll be in the report, but I did want to voice those. So we do have other discussants on this question, and Dr. Chason is first.
I have no other comments. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Dr. David.
No, as I said before, I have no other comments.
Dr. Reif.
No other comments.
Dr. Ottinger.
No other comments. Thank you.
I do want to circle back to my comments because they are substantial relative to the risk assessment, and make sure that anybody who thinks that's not that including the toxicity data for the DAFT is not warranted, that we hear that, because that would be a pretty substantial difference in the way EPA has approached this ecological assessment. Dr. Hager-Bernays, is your hand still up? Nope.
Yes, my hand, well, I just put it down, but yes, my hand is still up.
All right, so let's
Okay.
Let's see what you have to say.
So shall we hold off on the Daphnia, on the tox data for a sec? To go back to Dr. Lee's point, I want to add something additional, which I think we did discuss when we did the 1,4-dioxane assessment, which is with regard to surface water and the assumption of removal of DINP via wastewater processes that was raised and discussed. And even if we assume that wastewater treatment is as effective as stated for now, EPA reports as of January 2023 that there are around 700 communities in the United States that experience combined sewer overflows. These communities are mostly in the Northeast, the Great Lakes, and the Pacific Northwest, and service around 40 million people. Much of those waters are used for drinking water sources, not to mention the impacts to the ecological species that are living in the receiving water bodies. So I want to make sure that that is a specific example of why this assumption of adequate wastewater treatment is problematic. With regard to Dr. Cobb's point and Dr. Ottinger's point with regard to the film on the water and whether those data those from the laboratory study should be used, I absolutely concur. If you think about the way the experiment perhaps is set up, there is that insoluble component on the top of the water, but the concentrations are lower beneath that area. I think that is where it's concluded that there is a sort of smothering physical impact to those organisms. And I think if we think about the way the chemical is partitioning, it behooves EPA to justify why those data are excluded. And I concur with others who suggest that it should be included. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Are there other comments from the committee? Dr. David.
So just in response to that suggestion that for experimental data where the concentration was above water solubility and there is a obvious film of undissolved material. Having dealt with phthalates for a long time, even though I'm not an ecotoxicologist, I remember this was an issue for many years. And in fact, the OECD has guidance on how to evaluate substances that are clearly not very water soluble. I don't think the agency has such a document, but OECD does. And my understanding is that it is generally accepted that a film on top of the water where the Daphnia have to come up represents not an inherent toxicity of the chemical. It is more of a physical property that causes the mortality, especially for Daphnia. And so that is why ecotoxicologists have argued that those data are really not relevant for understanding inherent aquatic toxicity, because if it's a mechanical problem, then it really is a totally different issue. And I'm happy to invite EPA to chime in on this if you allow that, or if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's entirely appropriate. I think we started this conversation a little bit yesterday, and I kind of pushed this to the committee because it would be a pretty big change in the assessment for what I'm suggesting. And I do want to point out that in the studies by Adams et al., and most of those people are friends of mine and very good scientists, I will point out, they mentioned that the Daphnia were entrapped in DIDP and floated to the surface. That not that there was a surface film that they became entrapped in, but that they were somehow encountering the DIDP perhaps as micro droplets in the water column and then floating to the surface, which is somewhat different than the scenarios that we've been hearing about so far. And I believe that the Rhodes study did on occasion observe films, but I haven't looked at that particular paper in a couple of days, so I don't remember specifically. Are there other thoughts about this from the committee? I see Dr. Ottinger has her hand up.
Yeah, this brings up an issue that I've been wrestling with throughout this review, and that is the potential mechanisms of action or modes of action. And I think the issue becomes over invertebrates, other vertebrate organisms, including, other than mammals, that there may be very similar modes of action which could apply across the board, meaning that there could be measurements to see if that's the case. The other issue that you bring up is, are they suffocating basically, or denied oxygen because of that layer of film, which is what was implied, or is there a direct effect on these organisms due to exposure? And that remains somewhat unclear to me.
I think I agree.
I didn't know if you wanted some further explanation. I have some papers that I will provide on some of these modes of action as well.
Okay, that sounds great. Dr. Finn or Chris?
I probably should have brought this up sooner, but I just thought of it now as you were talking about wastewater and wastewater treatment. Wastewater treatment comes with a byproduct, sludge. And often the sludge, except that now EPA calls it biosolids, is applied to agricultural areas broadly. Is the agency considering that particular source route of exposure in any of its assessments, not just for this chemical, but for any one of them? We may be getting re-exposed to them through agricultural use.
So I do not remember that. There's a soils question later, and maybe some folks that were part of that can respond. I don't recall that, and the EPA can perhaps answer that question when we turn it back over to
mind
them.
because it's such a seminal point now with another category of chemicals, obviously. With all
Exactly.
Yeah.
Are there other comments from the committee? Dr. David, did we adequately capture your thoughts and have that discussion thoroughly?
Relative to
the question of the toxicity in the laboratory studies.
Yes.
Okay. All right. If there are no further questions, Dr. Lee and discussants and others who spoke up here, I appreciate that dialogue. And now we can turn it back over to EPA for clarifying questions. And I think if there are no clarifying questions, it may be about time for a lunch break, but let's get through the clarifying questions first.
Dr. Cobb, can you hear me? Senior Science Advisor, a couple of
So
clarifying questions.
we're having a hard time hearing you, Dr. Lowett.
Go off the headset, see if that works better. A couple of things.
So on the conversation that the panel just had around the Daphnia studies, it would be most helpful to us to see the broad swath of the opinions to ensure that all the opinions on this topic are represented in the report, because I'm hearing a differing set of opinions, and I'd like to make sure that's reflective in the report so that we can look at the totality of the input to decide how to move forward on that, if that's possible.
I totally agree. And that's why I was asking for comments more than once, just to make sure we had kept. I'm sorry, my unmute button was not working.
I heard you.
Okay. I want to make sure that all of these comments are captured, and I think Dr. Lee will certainly do that. And I know that Dr. Ottinger had some comments, and Dr. David is on a related question. He's actually on this question, so I'm sure we're going to capture everybody's comments there,
Okay.
as well as the committee. If they start reading the report, they'll be able to comment as well.
Okay, excellent. And a quick thing on Dr. Finnerchrist, the biosolids, when this question comes back up, we did look at biosolids in the environmental media technical support document, section 3.1. So when that circles back around, make sure that that's part of that conversation. But I just did want to put in sort of a plug and maybe a request. So today has been amazing. I can't tell you how much we appreciate the detailed, thorough, comprehensive comments on 1A and where we so far on 1B. I mean, the kinds of comments that we're getting are just amazing. I love the specificity of the line numbers and the table numbers and the single numbers. Those are the most useful kinds of comments because it gives us specificity on how to improve. But I would request as part of the write-up that if y'all can do two things for us. First, There's a lot of stuff in there. Set some priorities of the things that are most important related to whether it's DIDP or the other ones for that matter, understanding the time and resource limitations we have. So, not necessarily a rank order, but if there's some that are particularly important to the panel that really need to be addressed more than other things that may take longer to address, that would be really helpful. And then secondarily, it would also, related to that, it's also helpful in the comments to help us understand how a particular recommendation impacts the risk or the exposure, for example. So if a particular comment suggests that we're underestimating risk, I'm really interested in those. If we can be more explicit about those where the panel thinks we're underestimating risk, as opposed to maybe we're overestimating risk in other places, and the suggestions, albeit really valuable, will help us refine those. And so that will also help us make choices about how to use our time and our resources and how to impact the other phthalates for that matter. If I can just put in those two requests, because there's so much, we'll do our best, but we have limitations. So
yeah, no, those are thank you for the clarifications and for that request of order. We try to do that, but we don't always get to that point either. Were there other clarifying questions about this?
no, I don't think so, unless the team in North Carolina wants to jump in, but I don't think so.
Thanks, Dr. Cobb. This is Tony Live with EPA. I think Dr. Lowe covered our questions and clarifications, so we're good here. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, we are not at a lunch break, but we're close enough that I think we should and we're relatively far ahead of our schedule. So I would like to propose that we take a lunch break until 1 p.m. No, would that be 2 p.m. Eastern, an hour and 15 minutes ish, hour and 12 minutes ish? Dr. Kamal, is that okay?
Yeah, sure. 1 hour from now is okay. I just wanted to add one thing regarding the breakout rooms. So for the question 2A, the DIDP for Dr. Ottinger, it is set up. And for questions DINP, 2D and 2E, they're also set up for discussions during the lunch break, starting now and for 20 minutes.
Now and for 20 minutes. And,
right.
And if we can have this go for an hour or an hour, just to start at the top of the hour.
I'm sorry, I missed a couple of words. We want this to start for what?
Can we have that lunch break for 1 hour and 12 minutes or so to get to the top of the hour?
Yeah, no problem. Oh, sure. Okay.
That'll make it easy for everybody to find the time back.
Okay, great.
Dr. Ottinger.
And I'm not seeing the link to the breakout rooms right now.
So we'll, I think when we leave, it's
coming. It's coming.
Yeah,
All right,
thank you.
Coming. Charlene Manton, it's coming.
Okay.
And you're giving us only 20 minutes in the break?
Do you want to increase them? This is what was requested.
In the room.
In our room, yeah.
It could be longer if you need.
Yeah, because we've got 2 questions to go over.
Okay.
George, I have a quick question. The goal of the responses to the charge questions is not necessarily to develop a consensus, right?
Correct.
Right.
It does not have to be a
Thank you.
consensus. Having these discussions does keep major issues from developing after the meeting.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And can you please repeat the charge questions that are going to the breakout room?
Question DIDP 2A, DINP 2D, and 2E.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Here they are. Okay, we'll see you at 2 o'clock, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Where are they? How do we
There
get
is-
into them? Oh, we push the little thing.
There
Okay.
is a icon in the bottom says
A
breakout room.
circle with the three spots on it? Okay.
Yes.
And then do what? Join the breakout room in the middle? Where it says join the breakout room?
Right, and then you'll, if, Dr. Fennerchris, if you scroll down to the bottom of your list, you'll see question 2A, Marianne Ottinger, and question DINP 2D and 2E,
Oh,
Penny
on the right-hand
Fennerchris.
side, I can't read it. I can't see it. How far down is it?
So to the end, scroll down to the end.
I can't read it. It's,
Dr. Fender, I'll move you into the room.
okay, thanks.
Thank you.
My vision problem. So,
Completely understand. Thank you.
thank you.
Does anyone else need any assistance in getting into the room of their choice? Just let us know.
Dr. Fender, which one did you want? The first room or the second room? Sorry, I missed that part of the conversation.
I'm going to the 2D, 2E.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have we stopped the recording?
The recording has to go for the Zoom portion, but not the, I think there's a pause for the YouTube recording.
The YouTube actually goes, the Zoom, the Zoom, I'm sorry.
The YouTube is live.
Thank you, sorry.
There's an extra breakout room if you want to join that and have a discussion.
Yeah.
So we edit out this part because we have to have the ability to explain directions.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you.
Otherwise, we can't.
Yeah.
We're not perfect in communication telepathically. I wish. Okay, looks like, so I don't know if the people in the breakout rooms have distributed themselves a lot, and Camus, Gibson, and Steve, not myself. What is our particular instruction? Do you want? I don't know what. Can you write in the Teams what you would like us to do, Camus, for monitoring if we need to?
I'll join the second room, 2D and 2E.
Allah, can you repeat what you just said, please?
I'll join 2D, 2E.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I'll just move in and out.
Okay, I'll stay in 2A if that's okay with you, Allah.
Okay.
Wish. If I can now, I'll just.
Yeah, just to clarify. I'm sorry, just to clarify, the YouTube is still live.
Right, but at the end, when we provide additional instructions, we'll probably have to edit this portion out because otherwise we can't give any instructions. It doesn't work. Won't work. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, there is that third room there. If you want to have a private discussion.
What's the third room? You mean the discussion with you? Is that what you mean?
It's for anyone's use, just called extra. If you want to have a discussion, not live stream to the YouTube.
I see. Okay.
Good idea, Will. Thank you. That way you could, if you need to have a meeting that you don't want streamed out at this point in time, whoever needs to be on that call can join the extra room. It's at the very bottom.
Thanks, Daniel.
William, are you there?
Hi, Tammy, you were saying something?
I did. Could you, if she's not in the main room, Dr. Finnercrisp, can you bring her to the main room?
Dr. Finnercrest,
Yes.
Charlene Spade, Wolf, Gentry.
I just left.
Tim, yeah, this is Steve. I think she may be now because it doesn't look like she's in the group anymore.
I just saw her. I know her name is here, but I'm looking in the group. And I still see her name, but I may be wrong.
What room are you in, Tammy?
I'm back.
Oh, is she back?
I
Okay.
clicked on the return to main room, and I think I'm back with you guys now.
Yeah.
Okay, you
Yep.
are.
Yep, I did.
Okay.
Hi, Steve.
Hi, Penny. How you doing?
Fine. How are you?
Okay. I
Long
tried
time
to I tried to say something in the breakout room and I exited myself prematurely.
Okay, great.
Since you're on and we're not public, just say, how are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Good. I think we are live streaming, so we can.
Yes. We are live streaming.
Okay.
Okay.
I do see, it looks like George is still in 2A.
Okay.
So I don't know if he experienced an issue exiting that because I think everybody else
Getting
is
out was getting easier than getting in, because all you have to click is that thing in the bottom right corner.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go have lunch.
I'm gonna check on him and see. Unless he just left it and come back. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just noticing. Actually, I'll go into the room real quick to see if it's real, but on the on the screen, you know, when you expand it,
Right.
his
Okay.
light is still lit, so I'll go check it.
All right. Great. Thank you.
And yes, he's there. Maybe that he stepped away before exiting. So
That's what I thought. Yeah.
hopefully when he returns, he'll exit, or we'll just have to watch to make
We'll
sure.
bring him in. Yeah.
Technical issue. Okay.
I can shut down the breakout rooms if you prefer
Oh,
that.
okay.
All right. Thanks.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, let me do that.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, he
Steve, I'm
should
gonna
join
step
in
out.
60 seconds, I believe.
Okay.
No, that's fine,
What?
Tim.
Okay.
I'm back now, so we're good.
Okay, great. All right. Thanks.
All right, is Dr. Cobb back?
Oh, I am here. Yes.
Okay.
I thought you could see me.
Yeah, maybe I needed to push that blue arrow to see you. Yeah.
Well, all right. Allah, do you need to say anything before we reconvene?
No, we can proceed with the charge questions.
Yes. So thanks everyone. I hope you had a good lunch, and we're back to work through our charge questions a bit. One thing that we normally do before we resume our work is we will circle back and see if there are any clarifying comments for the things that we covered before the lunch. I know I need to take the roll, but I wanted to make that announcement so that folks who are ad hocs or new to the committee will know that we're going to circle back and see if there's any clarifying comments based on what we had said this morning or earlier in the day. So let's go through the roll. Dr. Apti?
Present.
Dr. Baker?
Present.
Dr. Chasen?
Present.
Dr. Ike?
Present.
Dr. Fong? Dr. Gentry?
Present.
Dr. Graham?
Here.
Dr. Heiger Bernays? Okay. Ms. Jenkins?
Present.
Dr. Lee?
Present.
All right. Dr. Merced Nieves?
Present.
Dr. Ottinger?
Present.
Dr. Prisbilla?
Present.
Dr. David?
Present.
Dr. Fanning?
Present.
Dr. Fenner Crisp?
Present.
Dr. Hadashell?
Present.
Dr. Martinez?
Present.
Dr. Schumann Goodyear?
Present.
Dr. Spade?
Present.
Dr. Wolf?
Present.
I see you. All right. So let's circle back really quick and see if there are any clarifying comments based on charge question 1 and the first 2 parts of charge question 1. So 1BA, all of it, and the first 2 parts of 1B2. Are there any clarifying comments? I see Dr. Rife.
I'm sorry, I'm only saying present.
Oh.
I'm always after Dr. Prisbilla, so
I think you know what? I was looking forward to someone who was not here to make sure I captured that, and I missed you. So I'm so sorry.
no worries, just for the record. Yeah.
So are there any clarifying comments from the charge questions we've covered so far today? Okay. If not, we'll turn it over to EPA to read in the next charge question, which I have as 1B3.
Hi, this is Tony Loves here at EPA. I'll read in part 3 of charge question 1B. So in light of comments on charge questions 1B1 and 1B2, please comment on the weight of scientific evidence and its conclusions for the general population exposure assessments. So that's section 11.3 of the draft environmental media and general population exposure. Please include in these comments a discussion of the clarity and transparency of the data used and EPA's interpretation of the exposure results. Thank you.
Thank you for getting that on the record. And our lead discussant is Dr. David, and he'll summarize for the group, and then we'll proceed to their comments as well.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So in its concluding statements concerning the exposure of the general population to DIDP, the agency expressed robust confidence in the modeled exposure levels that resulted in no pathways of concern. And this confidence was supported by a comparison of the modeled exposure levels to exposure data calculated from the NHANES data, biomonitoring data, which provide a aggregate exposure. And that comparison indicated that the NHANES data were below the model exposure levels, suggesting that the model levels overestimated the actual exposure. So the reviewers support the agency's conclusion with the understanding that reverse dosimetry, the calculation has some limitations. So firstly, that the urinary excretion factor for DIDP or its metabolites have not been determined experimentally. And so the agency used the excretion factor for MCOP, a metabolite of DINP. Although this is certainly likely to be a reasonable substitute, as EPA proposed, it seems unlikely that there would be big differences in the excretion amounts, but that is a limitation or an uncertainty. The other is that the NHANES samples are from a limited population, although the agency has noted on page 57, section 10.2, that the data set is considered a representative of a national sample, a representative of the entire civilian population. And certainly NHANES represents an aggregate exposure, so it would be very comprehensive. The EPA also cited that other regulatory agencies have used NHANES data or biomonitoring data, and so there is some consistency in the approach that EPA has taken. There were comments provided on some of the transparency and clarity questions within the document, and those will be included in the written reports. I don't think it's necessary to go through them one by one at this point. So I open this up to the other discussants to add any additional comments if they have them. George?
Thank you for that summary, and I'll turn it over to the discussants now. Dr. Chasen?
No further comment, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lee?
No additional comments. Thanks.
Dr. Reif?
No further comments.
And Dr. Gentry?
No further comments.
Right. Well, thanks to everyone there. I think that from my perspective, there were a few a few sources that could have been better handled, but I believe we covered those in charge question 1. And I agree with the reverse dosimetry approach that Dr. David really captured quite well there. So what about the rest of the committee? Do we have comments from the rest of the committee? Seeing none, we can turn this over to the EPA for clarifying questions.
Thanks, Dr. Cobb. This is Tony of the EPA. No questions from us.
Okay, so we can get into the next charge question then.
Okay, now I'll read into the part 4 of charge question 1B. So for the remaining phthalates, i.e. DHP, DVP, DIVP, DBP, DCHP, and DINP, EPA anticipates potentially needing to refine the exposure assessment for the environment and general population. Please suggest exposure data sources, models, and related methods for estimating concentrations in environmental media, paying special attention to those media most relevant to phthalates, e.g. water, sediment, and soil. In your consideration, please keep in mind that methods, data, and approaches should be reasonably available and can be conducted in a timely fashion that allows EPA to meet statutory timelines for TSCA risk evaluations. Thank you.
Thank you for getting the charge question on the record. And Dr. Chasen is our lead discussant.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. This is Dr. Chasen. Many comments about the approaches for exposure assessment and risk assessment have been offered in previous comments today. These will be accrued into this charge questions written report with details and references, including for the exposure scenarios not yet considered by EPA. Below is a specific example of issues expected to reappear for EPA as they utilize their current models with the choice of parameters for incorporation into their algorithms for the environmental media. These issues with methods and applications of data can magnify when multiple chemicals are considered cumulative exposures for cumulative risk assessments. The committee noted a major issue regarding EPA's use of different models targeting different environmental media, such as the variable volume water model for surface water and the air mode for air and soil deposition. This may be acceptable or even ideal for chemicals that primarily reside in single media, such as PFAS in water or volatile organic compounds in air. However, it may not appropriately consider the multimedia behavior of DIDP, chemicals with a high KOW and a high KON. Therefore, there may be inconsistent considerations when assessing different environmental media. For example, when calculating the chemical concentrations in water, the EPA considered the deposition of chemicals from the air, which is a process that is not directly considered by the variable volume water model. The EPA relied on atmospheric deposition rates derived from air mode. However, it should be noted that the two models use different environmental settings and spatial scales. Air mode considers various distances from the source, from 10 meters to 10,000 meters in a large area, but the variable volume water model considers placing only a small water body, like a swimming pool size, width of 5 meters, length of 40 meters, and depth of 1 meter in a place adjacent to the source. In this case, we can imagine that the calculated water contamination is unrealistically higher than the calculated soil contamination. Therefore, it's clear the separate considerations in water and soil contamination lead to inconsistencies. Therefore, the U.S. EPA may consider using multimedia mass balance models for semi-volatile organic chemicals like the phthalates. We must acknowledge that single medium models are advantageous because they focus on a single medium at a time which allows them to use sophisticated representations of individual media and detailed characterization on individual physical, chemical, and biological processes. Since multimedia mass balance models need to accommodate multiple environmental media, they have to use relatively coarse spatial resolutions and simplified algorithms for processes within each medium. But their advantage is that they can integrate multiple environmental media simultaneously and consider the interactions between them. There are many multimedia mass balance models available, ranging from those with very simple configurations like Unit World Level 3 model built into the EPI suite to more advanced models like the risk assessment, identification and ranking radar model, or the PROTAX model, or the EPA model. They contain both aquatic and terrestrial environmental media and support considering multiple exposure pathways at the same time. This may be particularly important when multiple phthalates are considered in any kind of cumulative exposure assessment, or when comparing results across different kinds of phthalates which are embedded in different plastics or other polymer media. And that's my conclusion there. Dr. Cobb?
Thank you. Let's see what we can hear from our associates. And Dr. Lee is our first associate.
No further comments.
Dr. David?
No further comment.
Dr. Reif?
No further comments.
And Dr. Prisbilla?
No further comments.
All right, let's see what the rest of the committee has to say. Are there further comments from the remainder of the committee? So I will add that there are several references that I have that we can add to the end of this that will, I think, help, but I don't think it's worth enumerating those, but there are new references.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. That's great.
So let's turn this back to the EPA.
Dr. Cobb, maybe the other.
Did I miss someone?
No, but the general.
I think we did that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
I think we did that.
Sorry.
You're not worried. So we can turn it over to Dr. Luz or one of his colleagues to see if they're clarifying questions.
Thanks, Dr. Cobb. This is Tony with EPA. Nothing from us. Thank you.
All right, so I think we can move on to the next charge question, which is we're going to a new subheading 1C.
Okay, now I'm going to read charge question 1C, noting that it has two parts. So as described in section 5 of the draft environmental exposure assessment for DIDP, EPA conducted a screening trophic transfer analysis to estimate dietary exposure resulting from modeled surface water releases and air deposition to soil, including use of monitoring and biomonitoring data. The resulting dietary exposure estimates were compared to the hazard threshold for semi-aquatic and terrestrial mammals. EPA anticipates that the exposure methodologies demonstrated in the draft risk evaluation for DIDP will be applicable to DINP exposure scenarios. So part 1 of this question, please comment on the methods and data used for estimating dietary exposures for ecologically relevant species in comparison of the exposure estimates to the hazard threshold for terrestrial mammals. Thank you.
Thank you. And our lead discussant for this charge question is Dr. Lee.
Okay, thanks. So now I am presenting the general comments from the subcommittee. So EPA looked into the potential dietary exposure of concerns of terrestrial mammals They used models and the available, also somewhat limited exposure and toxicity information to run a screen level analysis using representative species. They explained why they chose certain surrogate species, why they picked some exposure factors, and discussed how relevant these choices were in a transparent manner. Overall, the subcommittee believes the method and data the EPA used for estimating dietary exposures are reliable, reasonable, effective, and relevant. They reflect a conservative approach to estimation. The methods and data are clearly presented, especially the figure 5-1 is particularly helpful. The method makes sense and include likely concentrations and considerations. However, there is a major concern about the use of DIDP concentrations in sediment. It seems like the DIDP concentrations might be overestimated by an unknown degree. This estimation is suggested by the predicted DIDP concentrations in water exceeding the water solubility by 100,000 times. So if the EPA has a high confidence in these extremely high concentrations, these numbers can lead to exposure levels that are very close to the NOAEL and the low Ls from reproductive and developmental studies. So if we consider uncertainties in deriving this toxicity threshold, being very close to these levels indicates the possibility of reproductive and developmental effects. And now I'm introducing the main issues identified by the subcommittee. So the first issue is the overestimation of DIDP concentrations in sediment. So section 3.2 shows that the calculation of exposure of aquatic species was based on, quote, conservative modeling approaches that produce high concentrations of DIDP in sediment, quote ends, which can be, quote, 16,560 milligram per kilogram for the COUs and the OES with the highest surface water release and resulting sediment concentration, quote ends. So one comment is, tables 5-4 and 5-5 show much lower concentrations from samples taken Taiwan, Sweden, and Canada. Are there any insights from location or pollution source that may explain these differences? Do these differences reflect an overestimation or just differences in sampling design or analytical methods? Another comment, as mentioned in our earlier discussion, DIDP concentrations in water and sediment were calculated by VVWM PSC model may be significantly overestimated, as evidenced by the 100,000 times higher concentration of DIDP in water compared to its water solubility. If the DIDP concentrations are calculated based on this predicted concentration, then there is also a possibility of overestimation of the ecological effects. The DIDP concentrations are estimated to be 16,560 milligram per kilogram in sediment, which means 1.6% of the sediment mass is made by DIDP. I'm glad to see that the EPA presented two sets of calculations of the DIDP concentrations in table 3-1, one based on the model sediment concentration and the other based on the measured sediment concentration reported in the literature. However, it is unfortunate to see only DIDP concentrations based on the model sediment concentrations were used to calculate the fish exposure, as shown in table 5-2. On the other hand, section 6 also indicated overestimation of DIDP concentration in sediment, and we got one comment. Section 6 discusses confidence in the modeled concentration being overestimates. Are the lack of publication from the US involving sampling and the measurement of DIDP reflective of the availability of research or the criteria used to evaluate the quality of the research? And the second issue we identified is the difference between the exposed rate, which is dose, and the concentration, as shown in table 5-2 on page 17. So we got a comment. When calculating dietary exposure for American mink, DIDP concentration in milligram per kilogram in fish is needed, as shown in table 5-2. In that table, it states that fish concentration is calculated from DIDP contaminated sediment ingestion and the DIDP contaminated pre-ingestion values presented in table 5-4. However, table 5-4 only presents the calculated fish dietary exposure rate, which is in milligram per kilogram per day. I was wondering whether the EPA has converted fish dietary exposure rate, which is a dose, to fish concentration, which is a concentration. And if so, what formula or method was used for this conversion? And the third major issue identified is the use of representative species, as shown in section 5. So EPA chose a short-tailed shrew, a black-tailed horse, a red horse, and American mink as representative species or sentinels for trophic transfer assessment. One comment is, are there any biological data from any of these representative species that demonstrate a degree of sensitivity to DIDP? What are the measurement endpoints that would be selected to observe effects? Although not directly relevant to dietary exposure, the selection of representative species should be further rationalized in terms of predictive response to varied level of exposure. And another comment is, modeling the dietary exposure scenario should contain some information about potential related adverse outcome and the information from those selective representative species, such as relative sensitivity to comments and the potential exposure to other stressors in the environment that might affect the adverse effects from the dietary exposure. And the last major issue we identified is potential toxicological effects at the predicted exposure level. Section 7, especially tables 7-1 and 7-2, show both dietary exposure estimate and the DIDP mammal toxicity reference value, or TRV, in parallel. EPA concluded that exposure concentration below the TRV. So a comment is, first, the comparison of dietary exposure estimates to the TRV could also be displayed in the form of a table for increased clarity. Second, the uncertainty that underlie the derivation of TRV, which use the human health model as a representative of all terrestrial mammals, led to field difference, interspecies variability, etc., may not be reflected in the current value as it's derived, calculated as a geometric mean with no assessment factor or area. Third, the dietary exposure estimate for mink, which is 92 milligram per kilogram per day, appears within the range of no Ls and low Ls from the studies displayed in figure 6-1 used to derive the TRV. And the exposure estimate also surpassed the non-cancer PODs before application of UFs selected from the same pool of rodent studies for human health assessment. Acknowledging the differences in conversion between human health ecological assessments, the EPA may still wish to consider whether these overlap indicate there is a possibility for reproductive and developmental effects relevant to terrestrial mammals from the high-end estimates for dietary exposure. And then I also named a few minor or editorial issues. So line 306 and 18 on page 14, the sentence reads, DIDP is expected to have low potential for bioaccumulation and biomagnification in both aquatic and terrestrial organisms. Comment. Does this thereby suggest that this is a short-term issue with limited potential impacts? And then lines 351 to 352 on page 14. The sentence reads, because surface water source of wildlife water ingestion are typically in ephemeral, the trophic transfer analysis for terrestrial organisms assume the DIDP exposure concentration for wildlife water intake are equal to soil concentration for each corresponding exposure scenario. Comment 1. Please clarify if this statement, it seems to indicate that the DIDP exposure via ingestion of water are assumed to be equal to DIDP exposure via soil ingestion. If that is the case, simply rephrase more clearly. Comment 2. I was wondering how the soil concentration is used for equations such as equation 5-1 that required water concentration as input, given that they have completely different units, milligram per kilogram dry weight versus milligram per liter. And next one, lines 435 to 441 on page 17, comment. This text is redundant with text in the preceding section. And line 448 on page 18, comment, contaminated level should be contaminant concentration. Lines 477 to 478 on page 19, the sentence reads, as a conservative assumption, 100% of the American mink's diet is predicted to come from fish. Comment, does this text mean no sediment in the diet, or that organism X comprises 100% of non-sediment diet? And finally, table 5-3 on page 19. The table states that estimated DIDP concentration in representative soil invertebrate earthworm assumed equal to aggregate highest and lowest calculated soil via air deposition to soil. Comment 1. Can you please clarify how this was done? Comment 2. Were there any data from measurement concentrations in earthworms? So I think that's everything I got from the subcommittee.
Excellent. Thank you for that very nice summary. I know there was a lot there, and thank you again for doing that. Let's go to the other discussants now. Dr. Ottinger.
Nothing further. That was an excellent summary. Thank you.
Dr. Schumann-Goodyear.
Yes, thank you to Dr. Lee. No further comments. Mine were captured.
Thank you. Dr. Wright.
No further comments. I captured everything.
And Dr. Apti.
No further comments.
Nice. One thing I will point out, and there was a fair amount there about overestimation of risk. And one of the things was comparison of the estimates to measured concentrations in water, measured DIDP concentrations in water. To my read of the articles that were referenced for that aspect, there were no industrial effluents tested. There were perhaps wastewater treatment effluents, perhaps watersheds, full watersheds, perhaps streams or embayments, but there were no industrial outfalls or measurements near industrial outfalls that were measured. If I misread that, someone can please correct me. The other point is all of these data that we're gnashing our teeth over, these effluent data could have been provided by those applying for this expedited review. And had that been done, we wouldn't be having to worry, and nor would EPA be having to worry about these aspects. So I would humbly offer that perhaps that should be part of the requirements before any more expedited reviews are done, that release data, perhaps empirically measured release data, are provided. Let's go to see if the rest of the committee has any comments. Dr. Chasen.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Cobb. I see that this includes calculating dietary exposures with residue and intake for these particular terrestrial animals, and of course we've had the same conversation with the aquatics. As I mentioned yesterday, I'm very interested. It seems that we're very nicely using these methods. We could get to a presumed representative dietary residue that could be used for dietary exposures to humans from the phthalates. Considerations might include our bird eggs, especially those nested near water surfaces, known to accrue higher levels of the phthalates than we're discussing here. And should birds consuming terrestrial and aquatic animals be considered as well for sentinel animals? Now, I way out of my league here in terms of knowing about this, but this is tantalizingly close to coming up with some kind of representative levels for estimating human exposure via subsistence diets. We'll probably never have the kind of databases that we would love to have for those kinds of animals, but this kind of information and the use of these models seem to be enticingly close. Should birds, we could at least have some representative values, if you will, that we could look at estimated human exposure scenarios for the phthalates. Thank you. And I'm hoping that this subcommittee might at least address this as a whether or not it's a plausible use of the data, and if so, advise EPA on how that might be done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Ottinger.
I really appreciate Dr. Chazon's comment, and the short answer is yes, there are some studies available that could be used to get some estimates. I don't know if there are any for this particular phthalate, but certainly for other phthalates. And so I think in our write-up, we'll have more references that can be perhaps utilized by the EPA to see if it's similar to what the risk associated levels might be for at least some of the representative species that are used as sentinels.
All right, thank you. That would be very helpful information. Are there other comments from the committee? If not, we can turn it back to the EPA, Dr. Luz or colleagues for clarifying questions or the next charge question.
We do have
Thanks, Dr.
raising
Cobb.
hands.
Excuse me, Dr. Lee, did you have something else?
I saw two raising hands.
Well, I think Dr. Chason's is still up, but I did not see Dr. Fanning. I'm sorry to have missed that. Dr. Fanning.
Oh, that's fine. I wanted to add, in light of what was raised by Dr. Lee and his subcommittee, very clearly presented, thank you, concerning the limitations of the environmental monitoring data, and that was reinforced by Dr. Cobb. I would like to reiterate a comment that I made earlier today about environmental releases, and that is that for the modeling of environmental concentrations, all sources should be considered, and that should include in-use products that can contain DIDP, such as large outdoor sources to include vehicles. Just to make sure that the inputs to this process are well captured and adequately modeled. Thank you.
Thank you for relaying that. That is important. And Dr. Lee, thank you for pointing out that I had missed someone, because I had covered some part of the screen with my charge questions to make sure I got back to the right one. So now we can turn to Dr. Luz and EPA for clarifying questions and/or our next charge question.
Thanks, Dr. Cobb. Thanks, Dr. Lee. We really appreciate the really thorough and thoughtful discussion in response to this charge and all the previous ones. We don't have any questions at this time, so I think we can move on to the next. Okay. Next, I'm going to read part 2 for charge question 1C. So for the remaining phthalates, i.e. DHP, DBP, DIDP, BBP, DCHP, DINP, EPA anticipates potentially needing to refine the environmental exposure assessment. Please suggest exposure data sources, models, and related methods for estimating dietary exposures via environmental media, paying special attention to those media most relevant to phthalates, e.g. water, sediment, and soil. In your consideration, please keep in mind that methods, data, and approaches should be reasonably available and can be conducted in a timely fashion that allows EPA to meet statutory timelines for TSCA risk evaluations. Thank you.
All right, we will turn it back over to Dr. Lee, who is our lead discussant again.
Okay, thanks. It's me again. So we got 3 comments from the subcommittee. So the first comment talks about the possible resources of data. So has EPA pulled data for the phthalates ongoing risk evaluation from the Washington Department of Ecology EIM database? Several studies of phthalates have been conducted throughout the Puget Sound and Washington state with measurements in sediment and surface water. All these data are publicly available in the EIM database with links to any publications, QAPPs, and reports. And in the written report, we will provide you with the link. There may be studies that tested for various phthalates in marine and freshwater organisms that were not captured in the systematic review process available in the recent 2020 review. And in the written report, we'll also provide you with this link. And the second comment is about the methods. For the remaining phthalates that were determined to follow a similar mechanism of action or adverse outcome pathway, for example, anti-angiogenic Will future cumulative assessment consider summing total phthalate exposure to organisms as a worst-case scenario and to acknowledge the reality of mixtures? EPA could also consider evaluating how often DEHP, DBP, DIBP, BBP, DCHP, DINP, or their primary metabolites are detected together in organism or the environmental media, such as sediment, to inform the future cumulative assessment. And the third comment is, according to the charged questions, the following phthalates will be reviewed and included. 5 other phthalates: BBP, DBP, DCHP, DEHP, DIBP. These remaining phthalates will be reviewed using the method that is similar for each individual phthalates. However, there are potential difference in hazard value and consequently individual risk profiles. As such, each of these additional phthalates must be considered on an individual basis for their characteristics. If several of these phthalates exhibit similar characteristics and information on sources indicate that they are expected to be collected, then exposures will be most likely to be concurrent and reflective of mixture in the environment. It may be appropriate to combine the predicted concentration for exposure assessment. The predicted adverse outcome from exposures must be based on the exposure data from the literature if possible. If these data are not available, then develop models based on the chemical characteristics and predict the concentrations in the environment. There appear to be many uncertainties that complicate environmental exposure assessment, including availability of data on relative concentrations of the remaining phthalates in water, sediment, soil, and if deposition from air is a significant source. Our recommendation is to prioritize the remaining phthalates: DHP, DBP, DIBP, BBP, DCHP, DINP beyond the DIDP and DINP as to the following criteria: likely concentrations in soil, land, air, potential sources from point pollution and chemical releases, volatility and other chemical characteristics, and the potential adverse effects on wildlife, both aquatic and terrestrial. This is in acknowledgement that analytical and modeling approaches are going to be similar in approach to these already used for DIDP and DINP. And this additional evaluation will be added to DINP into a cumulative risk assessment for review in early 2025. Okay, so this is everything I got from the subcommittee. Thanks.
Very nice. Let's turn to our other discussants now. Dr. Schumann-Goodyear.
Thank you. My comments are captured. No further comments.
Thank you. Dr. Ottinger.
Likewise, thank you very much for a very complete summary.
Dr. Wright.
Yeah, and no further comments on this section.
And Dr. Baker.
Nothing further from me. Thank you.
All right. So excellent. This is, we're making good progress. Do we have comments from the remainder of the committee on charge question 1C2? Okay. If not, I'll point out that we are actually where we're supposed to be at the end of the day today. We are going to proceed into charge questions that are scheduled for tomorrow. I just want to give people a heads up on that. And I did, if I can, I did want to go back to one of the discussions we were having about the toxicity studies and the types of toxicities that were observed in those toxicity studies. And I want to read a couple of passages from the two papers that tested Daphnia among other species, but in which Daphnia were seen to be very sensitive species. I'm just going to read a couple of sentences. This is from Adams et al., 1995. The floating daphnid problem resulted in in several tests being repeated. The findings presented here are based solely on immobilization and not entrapment. So that particular study did not consider entrapment as part of their toxicity. That's the Adams 95 study. If you go to the Rhodes 95 study, which was an allied large study that was actually well conducted in my estimation, I'm sorry. Yeah, here we go. They did observe entrapment, but they note daphnids became entrapped at the surface of control chambers in only one of 14 studies. Now, it does not say how many chambers in that one study, but they were also observing entrapment in their controls. So there are a couple of things there that I think are important to note, specifically that Adams et al. Did not include entrapment in their toxicity estimates. That's the important part. So having read that in, are there comments from the committee about that, or we just let that go and move on to further discussion of other topics? Is Dr. David trying to make a point?
Yes, I was about to raise my hand, but yeah. So if we're reading from documents, I wanted to refer to the OECD document that discusses what to do, how to adjust the aquatic toxicity testing for poorly water soluble materials. And one of the comments that they make, and again, the caveat is, I'm a mammalian toxicologist. I've never done these, but I've read a little bit about it, so take it with a grain of salt. So one of the recommendations is to not use a static test system. So either renewal or flow through, which to me makes some sense, because that way the poorly soluble substance doesn't have the opportunity to partition to the top. It recommends things like reducing the ratio of test organisms, the biomass to the test solution. And there may be, especially for a chronic study where the organisms have to be fed during the course of the study, particularly a 21-day daphnid test. Feeding the animals can, in some cases, the material may adsorb onto the food and remove chemical actually from the exposure concentration. So I'm not going to go through all of these, but it's just to point out that there are ways around which one can adjust the test system. And if, in fact, those were done for these studies, then, okay, maybe we're talking about inherent toxicity. If not, I really do think there is a valid argument to say that this is not inherent toxicity. This is something that is a mechanical one.
And this, I'll just say, this is an important discussion to have, because we want to capture the different perspectives and the different reads of these documents, and how to best utilize these data for making regulatory decisions. So I will say, I really appreciate that comment. That's very important comment. Are there other comments? All right. I'm seeing a request for a break. Dr. Reif, let me ask you, and do you feel like you can go through this next charge question before we take a break, and then maybe take a break right after 1D?
For 1D, I embarrassingly sent out draft kind of based on the other one a little bit, probably too late for people to have replied back. So I'd prefer if we waited a little bit on 1D.
Okay, 1D.
Or were you asking where was I? Did
No,
I miss?
I was asking if you were ready for 1D. What about Dr. Baker? Are you ready with 1E?
Yeah, we could do 1E.1 and .2.
Well, okay, let's try to get through 1E1 for sure and try 1E2, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll come back to 1D.
They seem short and straightforward, so we might be good.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's doable. I was struggling to separate out 1D from, I mean, it was the made up one from the other ones. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it might.
Okay.
Just give me a second to pull it up.
Okay, if that does not work, well, we're gonna have to get it read into. If that doesn't work, we can perhaps move on even further and come back to you, David. Okay, so Dr. Lutz, do you have clarifying questions for us, or do you have, would you like to read in 1E1?
Dr. Cobb, this is Tony Lowe's with EPA. There's no clarifying questions, so I think we can move on to 1E1. Okay, and I'll read in charge question 1E1. Again, this has two parts. So as described in section 3 of the draft environmental release and occupational exposure assessment for DIDP, production volumes for manufacturing and import / repackaging OES were determined using chemical data repository or CDR information. The production volumes for the other OES came from CDR and or percent production volume percentages. So that's percentage of manufactured DIDP used for a particular OES reported in the European Union or EU risk assessment on DIDP, since the use rate of DIDP is similar in USA and EU. EPA anticipates that the exposure methodologies demonstrated in the draft risk evaluation for DIDP will be applicable to DINP exposure scenarios. So part 1 of this charge question. For environmental release assessments, please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of using EU production volume percentage to estimate production volumes for DIDP. Thank you.
Thank you for getting that into the record. And Dr. Baker.
Yes, this is Marissa Baker. So overall, respondents to this charge question felt comfortable with the proposed estimated production volume and percent, which was cited in the draft environmental release and occupational exposure assessment. A respondent raised the point that US law prohibits sharing information within and between industry groups about production volumes or market shares, but that information is provided to the American Chemistry Council, the ACC, panel coordinators so that they can determine company dues to each panel. The European Union has no such restrictions. So for this reason, obtaining production volumes from the EU are likely to be accurate. Since the ACC comprised of the manufacturers of DIDP indicate that the use rate of DIDP in the EU is similar to the use rate in the US, and I have a reference, the respondents felt it appropriate to use the 2003 DIDP risk assessment published by the EU to estimate production volume for the various sectors. The EU and US market are also likely to be comparable. A respondent posited that the only other option would be to obtain data on global production, but those will not reflect the US market accurately. A respondent also found it appropriate to split the production of non-polymer uses equally between paints and coatings, adhesives and sealants, and inks, since the industry has not given a more specific breakdown. However, the reviewer recommended having these estimated production volume breakdowns reviewed by industry to ensure that the potential releases are estimated correctly. One respondent noted that production volumes for several sectors were reported as a range, some of which were extremely large. So a question was raised as to whether it is possible to estimate a narrower range for these sectors or provide context as to why the ranges are so large. So the examples will be given in detail to the EPA, but many of them were ranging from the 100,000s to over 1 million kilogram per year ranges. Exxon indicated a half-year production schedule. Therefore, a respondent recommended that an attempt should be made to obtain production schedules for other manufacturers and formulators. EPA states that import and repackaging facilities operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, multiple shifts. However, EPA capped the total number of operating days so as not to exceed estimated site throughputs, and that came directly from the document. However, EPA did not identify chemical or site-specific information on site throughputs. Site throughput information was estimated through Monte Carlo modeling with a 50th to 95th percentile range of 46 to 55 kilograms per site day, again, pulled from the document. One respondent indicated estimating on an estimation creates more uncertainty, which may also create a higher estimated occupational exposure potential. But another respondent says that they appreciate EPA modeling on the higher percentiles to represent the worst case occupational exposure, which would be more protective of workers. And that concludes our remarks.
Excellent. Thank you for that summary. Now we can turn to our associate discussants. Dr. David?
I don't actually, I do have something to add, but I will wait till after the other discussions because it doesn't address the question specifically.
Okay.
Although I would like to ask the EPA, so what information are you getting in the CDR if you're not getting this kind of production information? I mean, I thought that was the whole idea.
Perhaps we can wait to answer that question after
That's
we
fine.
get through. But that's a really good question. But let's see what Dr. Rife has to say if he's not busy compiling.
No, I don't have any additional comments on this one. Thank you.
And then Dr. Graham.
All of my comments were included. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, and so Dr. David, do you have the other comment that you had?
Well, yes, because I noticed in the charge questions, there were no charge questions that asked about occupational exposure. And yet the risk assessment for DIDP identifies an occupational exposure scenario in which the exposure level exceeded the margin of exposure that they set. So I was a little disappointed in that. So it prompted me to go back to the document on occupational exposure. And there were a couple of things that struck me about it. So for example, in section 3, there's a repeated referral by the EPA to exposure to vapors of DIDP during transferring of drums or other operations. And I found that an odd statement to make, given that DIDP has a very low vapor pressure, unless someone is standing next to the extruder where the hot plastisol or PVC is coming out. It doesn't seem like there would be a lot of opportunity for exposure to vapors as such. The other thing that struck me is that the agency indicated that they didn't have any idea of engineering controls or use of PPE. And again, that struck me as odd because safety data sheets certainly would have recommendations for PPE. And we heard from one of the presenters yesterday about engineering controls. So why is it that the agency isn't getting that information? Are they not asking the right questions, or is it simply not available? And the last point I wanted to make was that the exposure scenario where there was concern was in a paint application where DIDP is used as a solvent basically in paint, and it was generating aerosols for I think it was actually auto painting or repainting. And the concern was that there would be inhalation exposure primarily, not only to the primary worker, but secondary workers who might be present during the operation. And that exposure scenario just seemed unrealistic to me. I'm sure there are paint operations where they don't enclose the car as it's being painted. I've not seen too many, but probably so. But for an operator to aerosolize a liquid and not have on at least a dust mask, I find that very odd. So these are questions that that I think it would be a good idea for the agency to go back and revisit. And I will, I've asked Dr. Baker to include my written comments into her write-up so that the agency can have them down on paper. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. And I will say that a lot of the things that you are commenting on and questions that you're raising are questions that the committee has wrestled with for a while with the agency, especially availability of data and the willingness of industries to provide those data or to proactively produce those data so that we can make better decisions. The only other thing I'll say is that this committee's been pretty clear with the EPA that PPE is a risk mitigation consideration, risk management situation rather than a risk assessment situation. And so that's probably why there's that apparent disconnect with the way that you are thinking.
And I understand that the agency is, I believe it is their mandate to determine the risk in lieu of any PPE that might be used, and that's fine.
Yeah, and I think that if there were data demonstrating how that proceeded, perhaps they could consider that. They may differ, but I do not think those data are available. But we'll let the agency respond to those questions instead of me.
And perhaps that is part of their when it comes to identification of an unacceptable risk, perhaps that's one of the opportunities to mitigate the risk.
Exactly. So are there further clarifying comments, not just clarifying, but comments from the committee about the discussion we just had or anything else? I see Are you there?
Yeah. Oh, okay. You cut out for a second. You're asking me, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Please
this is
proceed.
Udayan. This is Udayan update. I just wanted to comment on the discussion you had where, it is pretty clear that there is a data gap, right? And we are, as a committee, when we make recommendations, we are kind of refraining from asking agency to do studies because that's not what this whole thing is about, or the Office of Pesticide is concerned with. But putting those data gaps that are so concerning in the report is, I think, probably very important. I'm hoping somebody reads them and it is conveyed to the right people who are charged with obtaining new data. It may not be this office, but somebody else might get that information down the road once the reports are done. And so I think we should highlight those as a committee is my recommendation.
Yes, thank you for that. Are there other comments? I will say that in a couple of, at least one instance, I shouldn't say a couple, in one instance where the committee was making recommendations for different kinds of data availability, that one of the industrial groups did step up and provide some of those data that were very helpful in the risk assessment process. I do not remember the chemical, I'm sorry, but I mean, that can very easily be the solution to use data that may actually exist or that may easily be obtainable. Okay, let's go back to the agency, to EPA, and see if there are clarifying questions, and then we can proceed to the next question, which Dr. Baker, by the way, is the lead discussant for us.
From EPA, one of the questions was like whether we used production volume data from CDR, and we used all the available data that we had from CDR to calculate production volumes for OES, except the CVA claims and where we needed extra information to sort of fill in the blanks or fill in the gaps. We also used information from other sources that we found through systematic review.
Thank you. So will someone from EPA read in the charge question? I believe it's 1E2.
Hi, Dr. Cobb. This is Tony Lowe's here with EPA. I can read in the second part of charge question 1E. For the remaining phthalates, i.e. DHP, DBP, DIBP, DDP, DCHP, DINP, EPA anticipates potentially needing to refine the environmental release assessments. Please suggest additional data sources, models, and related methods for determining production volumes that are reasonably available, can be conducted in a timely fashion that allows EPA to meet statutory timelines for TSCA risk evaluations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. Would you please provide the response?
Yes, this is Marissa Baker again. So respondents had a few ideas to pass along to EPA. Respondents recommended EPA explore the feasibility of compiling information from purchase records or manufacturing that can serve as inputs in conjunction with TRI data, which is already being used. In particular, the modeling to predict indirect surface water deposition and land deposition can be strengthened, particularly in regions of highest production. A respondent suggested that waste stream identification and monitoring is critical, and using estimates from sewage outfalls, but the committee did not have specific recommendations as where to access these data. Another respondent indicated it is preferable to rely on industry data or primary exposure data collected by a qualified hygiene professional, as opposed to relying on modeling data. And this perspective was informed by comparing the modeling data to the actual monitoring data from Exxon that was in the draft document. The use of industry supplied data can be confirmed and used to determine production volumes. Therefore, the use of the CDR appears to be appropriate. But a respondent also indicated that using modeling data is an appropriate way to estimate higher end exposures, which can result in more protective exposure estimates. And that concludes my response.
Excellent. You were correct that we might be able to get through these parts quickly. Let's go to the remainder of the group. Dr. David?
Just an additional thought that to make sure that EPA does not look at EU production levels for these particular phthalates, because several of them are restricted in the EU, and so the production levels would not reflect US production.
That's a very good point. Thank you. Dr. Reif?
No comments from this.
All right, so thank you. And I think Dr. Hager-Bernays had to step away unless she's gotten
Here.
back. Oh,
I'm
you're
here.
here.
I'm here. Yeah. Thank you, Marissa, Dr. Baker. That was everything. And Dr. David made the comment I was going to make about careful about using production from the EU, since many are restricted. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And to the committee, are there comments from the committee related to this charge question? If not, Dr. Baker and team, thank you for that good summary of these last two questions. Let's turn it over to EPA for a couple of clarifying questions.
Thanks, Dr. Cobb. This is Tony with EPA. Nothing from us.
All right. Well, at this point, I think it's best if we maybe take a 10-minute break, and then we can come back to perhaps charge question 1D if Dr. Reif is ready. And if not, we may move on to, would you think you're ready, Dr. Reif?
Yeah, I hadn't heard affirmation from all of the discussants on the latest draft, but we can present it and circle back.
So let's go with a 10-minute break, and then we'll pick up with 1D and then maybe move into 2A as well. All right, so we'll see you folks back in about 10 minutes. All right, welcome back after the break. And at this point, welcome back after the break. At this point, I think we can go to EPA and get our next charge question read in, which we're going to back up to 1D, please.
Thanks, Dr. Cobb. Tony Laws here with EPA. I'll read in charge question 1D. In light of comments on charge question 1C1, please comment on the weight of scientific evidence and its conclusions for the environmental exposure assessment. So that's section 6 and 7 of the draft environmental exposure assessment. Please include in these comments a discussion of the clarity and transparency of the data used, hazard values, and EPA's interpretation of the results. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Reif is our lead discussant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So just because we're backing up and also because this is an emergent question that came out of discussions. Remember, this question here is based on comments to 1C1. And so I'm trying to collect information that hasn't already been presented elsewhere. So in general, in response to the question, the conclusion that risks are not underestimated is supported by the weight of evidence presented. While the use of data from articles rated at least medium or high quality is appropriate, the lack of data available for several levels of trophic transfer warrants reconsideration of cells noted in Table 6.1 as moderate confidence. Further, the overall confidence level for the modeled concentrations as being representative of actual releases is characterized as slight in several places, whereas many of the component data sources are characterized as moderate. For trophic transfer, the lack of metabolic transformation may explain more of the discrepancy between modeled and observed concentrations than currently noted. This source of uncertainty could be addressed with emerging methods for probabilistic estimation of metabolism. Overall, the disconnect between the modeled calculations and measured concentrations should be discussed in greater detail, especially given the relatively few U.S. measurements available. Further, the TRV is key to conclusions, and to support clarity and transparency, a more detailed justification for the selection of the TRV should be provided. The assumptions for proportion of diet and the concentrations available to the predators seem reasonable and based when available on available data, empirical data rather. But the choice of sentinel representative species is appropriate associated with their feeding profiles and location. For particular detail points, particular lines or sections, for models, estimated concentrations for locations near hypothetical facilities releasing DIDP to surface water is appropriate due to short half-life in the environment. However, the difference in models and observed concentrations, this is on lines 604 to 605, is justified by sampling of aquatic species distant from DIDP release sites. This is reasonable, but perhaps too simple given the complexities of half-life, metabolized chemical forms, and potential other adverse effects from mixtures and chemicals present in the sediment and other media. Second, as pointed out in lines 618 to 620, the lack of metabolic transformation within prey items reduces the completeness of the biological relevance, and this would limit assessment of exposure and present an incomplete view of potential exposure effects. And lastly, these are, see the comments related to charge question 1C. The use of conservative screening values and approaches may result in overestimation of potential adverse effects related to exposure. However, this does not seem to be the case with all areas.
All right, thank you for that summary. Other discussants? Wait a minute, I'm in the wrong charge question. Dr. Schumann-Goodyear.
Thank you. No further comments.
Dr. Ottinger.
No further comments. Thank you very much.
Dr. Lee.
No further comments.
And Dr. Apte.
No further comments. Thank you.
So that it's a good summary. So maybe your concerns were not so much as you thought.
Yeah, a lot of this is related to other comments that have been brought up and perhaps raised. So yeah, that's good.
And that, yeah, with the complexity of this evaluation, totally understand. So thank you for that really good summary. Now let's go to the rest of the committee. Are there comments from others on the committee about charge question 1D? All right, well, let's go to the go to EPA to see if there are clarifying questions because I think this gets us to the end of charge question 1. So EPA, are there clarifying questions about this last charge question or any of the others?
Hello, this is Christopher Green with EPA speaking. Thank you, committee, and thank you, Dr. Reif, for that input. I did have just a little bit more, pulling a little bit more from you for that last point you made in terms of conservative assumptions. And I believe you had language where it was appropriate, but maybe not in all cases. And I was wondering if, just for our own notes to get ahead of things right now, can you be a little bit more specific or just draw a little bit more from that last point you made? Thank you.
Yeah, I think that the spirit of that comment was that choosing conservative over and over, I would expect to result in overestimation of potential adverse effects, but that's not guaranteed. And so I think that's really a statistical comment, based on the other considerations, that while that's the expectation, it's not necessarily a guarantee. And just to make sure the language didn't make it sound like in all cases when one does this, the output is this.
Okay, this is Christopher Green from EPA again. Thank you for that. I think that was really helpful. So again, thanks.
All right, if there are no questions from EPA, this is a little bit unusual. Usually we do this at the end of the day, but I think we're at the end of a charge question right now. It's towards the end of the day. And I want to just circle back to the committee to see, based on what we've heard in the totality of charge question 1, are there any additional comments that anyone wants to bring up before we proceed to charge question 2, which is ecological hazard? Dr. Ottinger.
Just want to emphasize that as we go into ecological hazard, there's going to be many measures that are commonly held in the sense that they're applicable to both. And so the more we look at conserved mechanisms and how there may be adverse effects that are conserved, again, that's a really important thing to keep in mind as we move to the other charge questions.
Agreed. Other comments? All right, seeing none, we can wrap up charge question 1. Thank you, Dr. Reif and your team, for finishing that up for us. And then let's move into the ecological hazard and have Dr. Luz or one of his colleagues read that charge question to us.
Thanks, Dr. Cobb. This is Tony Luz here. I'll now be reading charge question 2A. So as described in section 4 of the draft environmental hazard assessment for DIDP, EPA had limited empirical toxicity data available for terrestrial mammals and therefore relied on data from controlled laboratory animal studies using human health animal models to derive a toxicity reference value, or TRV, to evaluate risk from chronic dietary exposure to DIDP. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of the methodology and data used to derive a toxicity reference value, or TRV, for DIDP. Thank you.
All right, thank you for getting that charge question into the record for us. And Dr. Ottinger is our lead discussant for this sub-question.
So first of all, I'd like to thank the discussants because you all have made very, very valuable and interactive contributions. So hopefully this reflects everything. I'm going to start with general comments. Aquatic invertebrates, fish, algae considered for toxicity with none observed with sediment or poor water exposure. No toxicity, excuse me, observed. Second point, no hazard data were available for wildlife. Laboratory rat data were used to derive hazard values for terrestrial animals. The TRV of 28 milligrams per kilogram per body weight per day. DINP data from one earthworm hazard study is used for the read across for DIDP. There are 13 studies used for toxicity quantitative assessment for fish, with 2 studies using DIDP concentrations higher than solubility. EPA's choice not to use predictive toxicity data from EcoSAR is defensible given the description that the log KOW exceeds the model domain. The TRV derivation process in general does not appear to include a means of accounting for uncertainty, as would be used to derive a concentration of concern. And this seems prudent for a screening type analysis with limited experimental data. The assessors may want to consider quantifying inter and intra study variability and uncertainty in the assessment and in applying an AF or adding their descriptions of uncertainties that are not accounted for. The following 2 points might end up as recommendations and read as follows. It is unfortunate that no data were available or requested for terrestrial plants or avian. Given DIDP poses a potential hazard to mammals, could EPA consider read-across data as they did for earthworms or request testing to complete the rest of the terrestrial assessment? The second point, has EPA considered using a new approach methodologies data for phthalates that is publicly available from EPA's ToxCast program with added lines of evidence in the environmental risk assessment? Considering mechanistic effects and data from multiple levels of biological organization, this could be justified for the phthalates. Methods used to derive activity concentrations and cutoff from ToxCast data and exposure activity ratio and subsequent comparisons to the primary apical endpoints would provide additional line of evidence that could be considered. For example, applications for screening use in WOE and other references. There are a number of strengths, including the approach that uses an experimental rat model, and that provides a good estimation of effects on DIDP in mammals and then by translation to wildlife. The strength is that the data come from medium quality studies in rats and that there are similar values for NOAL and LOAL for reduced body weight that were generated from the 2 different studies. A potential uncertainty is that wildlife mammalian populations might be less sensitive to exposure due to being more genetically diverse, but there are no data available for DIDP or DINP to suggest that this is the case. EPA identified 2 reproduction studies, 3 growth studies, and 2 survival studies, all in rat models, containing relevant data for DIDP hazard assessment in terrestrial animals, mammals. The rat model is established, and there's reason to believe that it's adequate and responds to phthalates similarly to other terrestrial mammals. There are 2 different rodent species and that were used, and so there is the question of whether these inbred rodent models provide more consistency in response, and so as such may not capture all the variability in wildlife. Another point, EPA included data or did not include data from other phthalates in this section, consistent with EPA's determination that DIDP does not follow the same toxicity mode of action or adverse outcome pathway as the lower molecular weight phthalates. The EPA appropriately has charge questions focused on data from other phthalates that are deemed high priority in the other charge questions. The spectrum of effects was similar across the identified studies, which increases confidence that these are reproducible toxic effects of DIDP. A couple of weaknesses, there are relatively few studies on this chemical, and the reported NOAL and LOAL values diverge significantly, sometimes more than a log 1. Although there's significant qualitative similarity, this is evidence of potentially high quantitative variability in inter-individual response. Additional studies that are available but not deemed high or medium could be reevaluated for utility of the information. These data could be reevaluated for the consistency in the draft report. Recommendations: rodent models for human health evaluations being transferable to a wildlife TRV is rationalized with detail on why this is conservative, yet no adverse effects are predicted. Please add information on potential adverse effects that would occur in wildlife and their utility for applications in assessing risk. Additional data are available for phthalate exposure effects, and which should be included in assessment factors and formulation of the TRV, and we will provide some examples. EPA's choice to use laboratory rodents from human health studies to derive toxicity reference value is well justified and logical. However, the derivation of the TRV does not include a means for accounting for the added uncertainty of using only laboratory rodents as human health models. The overall conclusion that DIDP has low hazard potential for aquatic species does not agree with the data reviewed. The predominant endpoint in Table 3-1 is mortality with little information on sublethal effects. Acute and chronic studies on fish appear to be highly flawed, with fish hazard data based on an acute study with high control mortality and a chronic study with no dose response and limited to development and reproductive measurement endpoints. Please explain why these studies are highlighted and deemed acceptable. Similarly, the aquatic invertebrate, benthic invertebrate, amphibian algae, and algae hazard studies were not rated as high or medium confidence. However, would some of the lower rated studies be useful in estimated hazard with proper weighting of results? Another recommendation, the TRV estimated for terrestrial mammals must consider potential sensitivity of the rat strain and their use in toxicity testing, and the range of endpoints must include non-lethal endocrine disruption as a short and long-term potential effects, as in Waterman et al. 1999 or Hushka 2001 or Exxon Biomedical 2000 and 1998 studies. However, basing the TRV on these rodent studies still must consider transferability and relevance to wildlife at the concentrations that will be potentially encountered, with the following questions. Are there measurements of environmental concentrations and which species are likely to be most exposed? Lines 269 to 274, these studies also noted significant decreased body weight and survival in both males and females. Is this a palatability or treatment issue? Females also experience reduced number of offspring. Is this effect due to reduced food consumption or potentially associated with palatability? And finally, are there sufficient controls to evaluate accurate NOAL and LOAL? A couple more recommendations. Additional terrestrial wildlife, including birds, must be considered in the wildlife hazard and risk evaluations, and we'll provide some literature pertinent to that. And that would then mean that there should be relevant field measures for wildlife, and how the conclusion from weight of evidence determines little or no hazards to wild organisms, or if it does. There are insufficient robust data sets despite high confidence in some of the aquatic assessment as shown in Table 5-1. Although the approach used in Section 6 for DIDP is reasonable, the underlying data are insufficient to draw these conclusions. EPA needs to include information regarding the cutoff date for the literature identification. This information was included in the DIDP human health hazard assessment, as well as description of sources used to identify the environmental health studies. And the final recommendation is environmental hazard assessment, Section 3.1. Provide clarification and detail for the following issue. There are no exposure concentrations to which TRVs are compared. Reviewing the supporting documents provides confusion. The aquatic fate section of the draft environmental fate and transport assessment contains less than 20 lines of text with no tables or figures depicting available or modeled data. The fate assessment acknowledges that measured concentrations in water are above solubility limits and are likely associated with droplets in the water, but provides no further information. Aqueous concentrations are only found in the environmental media and general population exposures document. There are specific comments and minor comments that I won't read through, but will be provided in writing to the EPA. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that review, Dr. Ottinger. Now let's see what the associate discussants have to say. Dr. Schumann-Goodyear.
Hello, thanks. Thank you to Dr. Ottinger. I have no further comments. Mine were captured.
All right. Dr. Spade.
Yeah, I have no further comments. Thank you for the summary.
Ms. Jenkins?
I have no further comments. Thank you.
And Dr. Hattershaw.
Thank you for that summary, Dr. Ottinger. I would just add that I'm not a big fan of weighting studies, but I certainly would encourage there to be some review of the complete body of the literature to see if those studies that were less than medium or high quality had the same consistency of effects. Thank you.
Right. Now to the remainder of the committee. Are there comments from the remainder of the committee related to charge question 2A? All right. I would like to mention, this is George Cobb, that to Dr. Hattershell's comment, I agree that when we have robust data, you probably can get really high quality studies and choose from them. It turns out that a lot of times in our ecological assessments, at least in my reads over the years, the majority of the data were generated decades ago, and the current levels of analytical sophistication for instruments was not there. Detection limits were much higher. Reporting requirements may or may not have been as rigorous as they are now. And so some of those things factor in, and then you're left with virtually no studies. But I first approximation agreed with your assessment, Dr. Hattershell. We're perhaps in a conundrum with our ecological assessments.
Yeah, certainly systematic review practitioners of environmental health literature recognize that reporting methods have changed. So a lot of the older literature often gets dinged for not having the details that the current studies do. But we do find at the Division of Translational Talks that it's helpful to look to see what the body of the literature is showing, and I would encourage the EPA to consider that approach. Thank you.
Totally agree with that. Totally agree. Okay, I think we've come to the end of charge question 2A. We can thank the discussants, turn it back over to EPA for clarifying questions. And then the next charge question once we get through the clarifying questions.
Dr. Cobb, this is Tony Lowe's with EPA. We don't have any clarifying questions at this time. Thank you.
Then I think we can move to 2B.
Okay, moving on to charge question 2B for DIDP. Fate and transport modeling analyses indicate that when DIDP is released to the environment, it is expected to partition primarily to soils and sediments, and therefore these media are of high priority for environmental exposure analyses. As described in section 4 of the draft environmental hazard assessment for DIDP, No hazard data were identified for DIDP for soil invertebrates. DINP was selected as an analog for read across of soil invertebrate hazard data as described in Appendix A of the draft environmental hazard assessment for DIDP. Please comment on the appropriateness of the methods used to identify DINP as an analog for DIDP. Thank you.
Right. So our lead discussant for this is Dr. Wright. Dr. Wright?
I think he mentioned he will have a meeting between certain hours. Maybe this is the time for his meeting. I can check what time.
I was not aware that he had left.
He sent an email. Okay, I'll check.
Okay, well, if Dr. Reif has departed, we can't do that particularly charged question. And I apologize to EPA. I was unaware that he had already left. I thought we were
But he said he will assign it to one of the discussants.
Okay, so discussants, was that done? Okay, so I apologize to everybody on the call. We're gonna have to, Dr. Lewis, we're gonna have to come back to 2B.
He's gone from 3:30 to 4:30.
Yeah,
Eastern.
okay. So we're gonna have to skip 2B and come back to it. Dr. Howdershell, did you have a further comment or is your?
Yeah, Kimber Howdershell, this was just a request. I don't think that David has had a chance to circulate the summary among the discussants yet. And I know that the next two charge questions that I'm also involved in, we haven't had an opportunity to see the compilation of comments yet. So I wondered if this would be a good point to perhaps pause the meeting so that the summaries could be constructed so that we would have a more cohesive response for these charge questions.
So we can certainly consider that. I want to ask Dr. Ottinger and Dr. Wolf that you're the folks for 3A and 3B, which were not slated until tomorrow afternoon. What are your thoughts on proceeding?
I'm just checking 3A. I think I have everyone's initial input. I could do it with the understanding that there may be edits that would appear in the written version later.
Okay, and Dr. Wolf, I saw that you and Dr. Opti were emailing back and forth.
We're ready.
Yeah, we are ready. Yes.
So what if we do this as crazy as it sounds? What if we do 3B first, then go to 3A, and then maybe we even save 2B for tomorrow?
I think that since everyone is there, it may work.
And Dr. Howdershell, I'm not trying to discount your comment. Feel free to make your comments, especially if they are divergent from anything that's said here. I want to make sure we capture all of that. So, and Marianne, is that okay with you if we do 3B then 3A?
I'm waiting for some comments from Dr. Howdershell, and I don't know if she would prefer waiting.
Okay, I'll double check. I tried to send those last over the weekend, but I'll get those to you now.
All right.
And
if not, you can just read yours in, Dr. Howdershell. You don't have to. You don't necessarily have to send them.
I mean, I may have already incorporated them. I didn't note on the compiled version who I got what from. And I was just checking, and I did receive your input, I think.
So let's proceed to
I did.
start question 3B, and then Marianne, you and excuse me, Dr. Ottinger, you and Dr. Hadashil can
No,
align that as
that's
best you can.
actually just fine. I did incorporate your when you sent them to me on Saturday. I did incorporate them into the version that I have going now.
Let's
So not a problem.
Do you want to do A then B?
I think let's do B first, to give Mary Ann a little bit of time to compile. I know that I think you guys are ready.
Yeah.
And then we'll
Right.
do B, then A.
Okay.
And
That's good.
EPA, I'm sorry, but Dr. Luz, you're going to have to read that in. Les, you're going to have to read that in again.
3B.
Great, thanks, Dr. Cobb. This is Tony Luz here with EPA, reading in DIDP charge question 3B. As described in section 5.3 of the draft human health hazard assessment for DIDP, EPA has preliminarily concluded that there is suggestive evidence of carcinogenic potential of DIDP in rodents. EPA's preliminary conclusion is based on evidence of mononuclear cell leukemia, or MNCL, in male and female F344 rats, and hepatocellular adenomas in male CV6F1 RASH2 transgenic mice. EPA has further preliminarily concluded that MNCL observed in F344 rats and hepatocellular adenomas observed only in male CV6F1 RASH2 transgenic mice are not appropriate for conducting dose response assessment for human health risk assessment. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of EPA's preliminary cancer classification and rationale for not carrying forward rodent cancers into dose response assessment. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for being patient on that. And Dr. Wolf, I know that you and I were kind of maybe chuckling about, we were just going to get to your question, but we weren't quite going to make it. But we actually did make it today.
We did make it. Yeah. I can't be here tomorrow and the next day.
Yeah.
So you got to put up with me droning on instead of Dr. Apte. So some general comments, and this relate to organ weight changes that are prominent with peroxisome proliferators. Peroxisomes are found in all eukaryotic cells. They contain oxidative enzymes such as catalase and urate oxidase. At such high concentrations that in some cells, the peroxisomes stand out in electron micrographs because of the presence of a crystalloid core. Thus, with any compound that is a peroxisome proliferator activated receptor alpha agonist, peroxisomes can increase in any cell or tissue, resulting in increased oxidative stress as a byproduct and possibly organ weight with enough expansion of peroxisome numbers. And we provided some references to that. Health Canada states, however, the relevance of the hepatotoxic effects of phthalates observed in rodents is difficult to establish due to the species-specific differences in the peroxisome proliferation response, rodents being significantly more sensitive than humans to PPAR alpha-mediated induction of peroxisome proliferation. Again, there's a reference for that. The carcinogenicity conclusions for DIDP. Health Canada has done extensive work to determine cancer risk of DIDP and concluded that the descriptor suggestive evidence for carcinogenic potential is appropriate for DIDP. The analysis performed supports this claim. Studies showed only 2 types of tumors, including mononuclear cell leukemia, which have high background incidence in the species studied, the F344 rats, and hepatic adenomas. The tumors were not observed in all groups and at all doses. The mode of action suggests PPAR alpha activation. Taken together, the evidence for carcinogenic risk is towards the lower end. The analysis is detailed and the conclusions are supported by evidence. Based on the available information, the agency's decisions do not conduct dose response assessment is justified. With regard to mononuclear cell leukemia, DIDP exposure in a 2-year rat study, in this case, well, there's references for that, which we'll provide, produced an increase in MCNL. The increase was seen in both males and females. This is likely a strain-specific effect given historically high spontaneous rates of occurrence in F344 rats. Given this, there appears to be a consensus among the commenters that increases in MNCL rates of occurrence in Fisher rats is not a useful predictor of human carcinogenic potential. This view is supported by several references which we provided. While a couple of these references are cited in section 5.3 of the DIDP draft human health risk assessment, no mention is made of a couple of the other references which we have provided, including a paper on why the NTP has eliminated the F344 rat from its standard bioassay. The committee recommended the inclusion of the King, Herbert, and Thayer citations, which we've provided, to the section 5.3 of the document. This paper describes the 2005 NTP National Toxicology Program workshop, the objectives of which were to determine whether the models then used in the standard 2-species, 2-strain bioassay, the F344 rat and the B6C3F1 mouse, remained appropriate to identify substances that may pose a carcinogenic hazard for humans. Workshop participants advised the NTP to discontinue use of the F344 rat. Within the next year, NTP did that, replacing the Fisher strain with the Harlan-Sprague-Dawley strain. Based upon this discussion, the observation of an increased incidence of MCNL in a chronic bioassay using the Fisher rat should not be considered a factor in the determination of the cancer classification for DIDP. Mononuclear cell leukemia on Fisher rats, also called Fisher rat leukemia because it is so common. It was one of the reasons that the F344 rat was no longer the primary rat species by NTP, as we've stated. In 2006, they decided to switch the rats because of not only the background incidence of mononuclear cell, but also the spontaneous high incidence of Leydig cell tumors or interstitial cell tumors in the testicle and large granular lymphocyte leukemias. The cause of these tumors, particularly in the large granular lymphocytic leukemia, similar tumor in humans to the rat situation, is very different in that these are typically secondary to Epstein-Barr virus infections and not been found to be associated with drug or chemical exposure. Though the specific mode of action of MNCL in Fisher rats is not known, it's not associated with a viral infection. There's a qualitative difference in how these leukemias in humans and rats are initiated. Therefore, despite some commonalities between the pathology of these tumors, MNCL is not a model for human leukemias. In addition, there's no evidence for genotoxic mechanism of action. Rather, it's due to a yet unknown secondary mechanism. These data indicate there's not a concern for prediction of a site concordance or non-concordant human relevant tumor type. Again, references supplied. Most commenters agreed that given the material presented in a retrospective review of MNCL and Leydig cell tumors, among other tumor responses in the rat species, they lack relevance in predicting human carcinogenicity. With regard to the EPA cancer guidelines and use of historical control data, one commenter did agree that the lack of relevant laboratory historical control data and data pertaining to the time to onset of MNCL make it challenging to determine if the increase of MNCL in high doses, which was statistically significant, is treatment related and is a source of uncertainty. To determine whether a chemical does influence incidence of this tumor type, it's important to compare values to the appropriate historical control and use more stringent statistical criteria such as those outlined in Thomas et al. Again, references provided. There are other recommendations on publications related to the use of historical control data, and that more recent publications on the use of historical control data, a recent one in 2021 by Cluxon et al. In Regulatory Toxin Pharmacology, and a review from both government, academic, and Others, Keenan et al., which best practices for the use of historical control data of proliferative rodent lesions, which was a product of a Society of Toxicologic Pathology working group. And those references are provided as well. With regard to the RAS-H2 mouse model, it's important to note that the proposed use of the RAS-H2 mouse in drug development and references are provided. In a pharma-based interpretation, adenomas would not be considered a positive cancer call, whereas in the more precautionary approach for environmental risk assessment, an adenoma is considered of potential concern. Thus, the transgenic mouse models were not designed to address human cancer risk in an EPA setting, but rather identify potential malignant responses quickly for an FDA setting. And remember, these mouse models were designed to be susceptibility models, so they're more likely to result in a tumor response. They're no more sensitive than the standard mouse typically, and so and they're not sensitivity or dose. You don't see tumors at lower doses, you just see them earlier. In section 5.3, the suggestive evidence section, the DIDP document also describes the increase in hepatocellular adenomas in male CB6F1 RAS-H2 transgenic mice at the highest dose tested, only 1,500 milligrams per kilogram per day. I'd like to point out that's well above the typical limit dose of 1,000 milligrams per kilogram per day, but not in female transgenic mice or in wild type male or female mice. It also should be noted the highest dose tested, again, was above the traditional limit dose. There are questions as to whether this transgenic mouse is an appropriate model to use to assess and predict human carcinogenic potential in this instance. For RAS-H2 dose selection recommendation, it's recognized by the committee that the dose selection for the RAS-H2 was discussed based on toxicity effects, where the high dose of 1% resulted in reduced body weight. However, following the guidance for dose selection, animal carcinogenicity studies and the FDA reference will be provided. We will also provide references on recommended dose selections for typical studies that EPA entertains, and those are OPPTS guidance as well as OECD guidance, and also some publications related to using PK models and dose selection. The committee recommended the inclusion of a discussion of exposure ratio of rodent to human plasma AUC of parent compound. The pharmacokinetic endpoints for dose selection of low toxicity pharmaceuticals is of interest in light of the recent publication. Again, that'll be provided, where they conclude exceeding a high dose level of 50-fold. I'm not sure what the AM, it's not my text, so my co-discussants can tell me what the 50-fold AM is. In RAS-H2 transgenic mouse studies does not appear to be of value. And again, we've provided some references for that. As the document describes, DIDP is considered to be a peroxisome proliferator that can activate PPAR alpha. Health Canada and EPA have hypothesized the liver tumors in the male RAS-H2 mouse occur through PPAR alpha mode of action. However, a complete analysis of the mode of action for liver tumors consistent with the cancer guidelines and IPCS has not been completed, and that we recommend and assume that that kind of analysis is underway and will be completed and included in the revised final human health hazard risk assessment. Depending upon the outcome of the analysis, the agency may have to consider a different descriptor of carcinogenicity for DIDP. If the analysis supports the hypothesis that DIDP is a PPAR alpha activator and intermediate key events and modulating factors are confirmed, are suggested by the data, and several commenters also recommended using a biological read-across approach in addition to the chemical read-across approach. Then the appropriate choice would be not likely to be carcinogenic to humans, since neither tumor type observed is considered predictive of human carcinogenic potential. As the document describes, DIDP is considered to be a peroxisome proliferator that can activate PPAR alpha. Again, multiple agencies have hypothesized that these liver tumors are from that. There's a suggestion of uncertainty associated with the mode of induction of tumors. Postulated modes of action have been identified but not fully elucidated, and that all the key events haven't been described. But again, they may not be necessary for every particular case. Thus, the carcinogenic potential of DIDP in humans remains unclear, and one commenter suggests that it's unclear and it provides an uncertainty. A complete analysis of motive, see, I already said that. Maybe a lot of cutting and pasting. There we go. Some committee members noted there was sufficient information regarding a DIDP as a PPAR alpha agonist. And again, several committee members thought not likely carcinogenic to humans based on the fact that MNCL and the RAS-H2 are neither relevant for human concern. Also, the doses where findings occurred in the rodent studies were at high doses above the limit dose. And if tumors do occur, they be through a PPAR alpha mode of action that are not relevant for human cancer. And based on the cancer guidelines, not likely is appropriate when convincing, and to quote the cancer guideline, when convincing and extensive experimental evidence showing that the only carcinogenic effects observed in animals are not relevant to humans, and again, quoting the cancer guidelines, convincing evidence that carcinogenic effects are not likely below a defined dose range. Both are true in this case. So recommendation is that after a further analysis of mode of action for the liver tumors and using also read across, biological read across, that consideration of a simple statement of not likely to be carcinogenic to humans is more appropriate. Again, not all commenters necessarily agree with that, but the majority did. The other recommendation is the committee recommends the use of the RISC-21 framework approach to enhance communication of conclusions in a sample plot, and provided a couple of examples of that for the DIDP. This publicly available tool developed through Health Environmental Science Institute collaboration, of which multiple government scientists were instrumental contributors, including staff from the US EPA. The RISC-21 tool should be considered to help improve communication both to senior leaders within the agency as well as to the general public. The OECD, Health Canada, and the Chinese Food Safety Authority all have endorsed this framework through documents and through regular use. And there are a couple of references, one on the OECD and one on Health Canada, on their how they incorporate that. So those are our primary comments and recommendations. And I think the other, yeah, that's all. So, so I'll turn it over to my other commenters.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Wolf, for getting that in the record for us. And now we can hear from the associate discussants, Dr. Apte.
So all my comments were really well captured, and I'm actually looking forward to hearing any discussion is there.
And Dr. Graham?
Thank you, Dr. Wolf. Yeah, all of my comments were included. Thank you.
Dr. Prisbilla?
No further comments. Thank you.
And Dr. Martinez?
Hi. Yeah, I have no further comments. My comments were included. Thank you very much.
Very good. Well, so Dr. Wolf, thank you for making those, summarizing that and getting that done right before you need to depart tomorrow. So, Dr. Opti, do you still have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I think that this was kind of here in the report, but sometimes nuclear receptor agonists will have at higher doses mechanisms that are more closer to cytotoxicity as MOA, and this could be one of the cases at higher doses here. But I just want to point out that I would personally consider these two different events. The cytotoxicity MOA of the same chemical has probably nothing to do with its PPAR alpha agonism or nuclear receptor agonism. So they are dual things. So at high doses, and as in toxicology we say, dose determines the poison. At certain point in time, so something is going to kill the cell, and the dose comes in. But at that point, its actual mechanism at lower doses has been superseded. And so they are two different things.
Yeah.
I just wanted to put that on record and say, I think that should be something that we should be very aware of when we talk about this.
I think that's really important, particularly in the RAS-H2 transgenic model, because that's one of the reasons why it's doesn't support human relevance. So as a pathologist, what you see at these very high doses is you get so much peroxisome proliferation, and then secondary to that, oxidative stress, and cells die, and you can get cytotoxicity and proliferative regeneration at those very high doses. But the molecular initiating event using the AOP framework is still that PPAR alpha agonism, because that's what's happening at lower concentrations. And then as you get up to higher, then this overwhelming system where you're just pushing all these other incidental or associated events at a higher dose, which aren't related to the PPAR alpha traditional mode of action.
I just think that in cases like that, the only real experiment is to have data on PPAR alpha knockout animals and see if you still get the cytotoxicity there, which would be then independent of PPAR alpha activation. I don't know whether, I don't think we have those kind of data here. So although it doesn't matter from the standpoint of what we are trying to do. So
plus you don't see that in the chronic studies at the lower doses. So there's still a point of departure.
There is a point of departure.
And
Absolutely.
even in the HRAS mouse study, there's lower doses where nothing's going on. So you still have no effect levels for whatever's happening at that high dose in the HRAS. And so you can still, again, these are not genotoxic. So whatever's driving these responses is chronic toxicity, and you can select no effect levels, whether you do a benchmark response type or the traditional NOAL. So I think we're agreeing, vociferously agreeing.
So Dr. Martinez,
although it doesn't sound like we are.
Yeah, Dr. Martinez, did you have a comment?
No, I think they covered it right now. Thank you.
Okay. And then I do see Dr. Fenner-Crisp has her hand up.
I want to vociferously agree as well and make the point about the mouse study. I would suggest for reasons of the significant exceedance above the MTD, which I've got the data here, 31% body weight reduction in males and 15% in females of the transgenic mice, and 27% in males and 12% in females in the wild mice. If that were a study that had come to the pesticide programs, it would have been thrown out. And if it were a required study to maintain or approve for registration, they'd have to do it again.
Okay, thank you. That's important information.
Yeah.
All right, are there comments from others on the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you, Dr. Wolf. Maybe don't leave us yet, stick around, because EPA may have questions. EPA may still have questions about this. We'll turn it back over to Dr. Lewis.
Thanks, Dr. Cobb. Tony Laws here, EPA. No questions for clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, and now I think we migrate to 3A. So we're shuffling the deck here. And Dr. Ottinger will be our lead discussant when this gets read in.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Cobb. Yes, so DIDP charge question 3A. As described in section 6.1.4 of the draft human health hazard assessment for DIDP, EPA has preliminarily concluded that the HED of 9 milligrams per kilogram, NOAEL, which is a NOAEL of 38 milligrams per kilogram per day, from the 2-generation study of reproduction of Sprague-Dawley or SD rats, based on reduced F2 offspring survival on postnatal day 1 and postnatal day 4, is appropriate for calculation of non-cancer risk from acute, intermediate, and chronic durations. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of EPA's preliminary conclusion. Thank you.
So now we'll turn over to Dr. Ottinger, and if you'll read the response into the record. And I want to point out to the associates that you're certainly welcome to comment at any time, as well as anyone on the committee, if all the comments are not captured. So Dr. Ottinger, please proceed.
Okay, I'm going to start with general comments. The NOAEL of 38 milligrams per kilogram per day was estimated from 2-gen study and converted to a human equivalent dose, HED, of 9 milligrams per kilogram per day. Supporting literature up to 2018 was included for epidemiology, and there were additional literatures added up to 2023. The metabolic pathway for DIDP is important for potential bioactive metabolites during excretion. The radioactive tracer study indicates most clearance over 2 to 3 days following oral route. Lines 813 to 815, DIDP does not appear to have anti-androgenic effects similar to DEHP. The Wistar rats, the oral exposure during pregnancy showed increased skeletal abnormalities. CD1 mice dosed with higher concentrations of DIDP showed no adverse effect on pup survivability. However, the Sprague-Dawley rats in 1 and 2 generation tests showed developmental abnormalities and reduced viability with decreased pup weight, and also effects on the body weight of the female. The mammal model and the in vitro studies did not reveal activities for estrogen or androgen responses. Rather, the mechanism of action seems to be PPAR alpha activator. Thyroid and corticosterone were not examined. The 2-generation tests did not include hormone measures, only survival, sperm parameters, and other downstream indicators that generally require substantial issues in order to see effects. No effect on fertility strengthens the assertion that the primary target window is developmental for the reproductive as well as for other systems like kidney and liver. However, one study suggested effects on the dam's ability to maintain pregnancy. The body weight of males, females, and pups was not really factored into the results, although significantly reduced. Interestingly, a cross-fostering postnatal study with controlled dams did not improve survival, again supporting evidence for adverse developmental effects. There is limited evidence besides a previous study by the same author supporting decreased F2 survival on the postnatal day 1 and postnatal day 4, while other studies suggesting developmental toxicity, additional 2-generation data are lacking. EPA is considering a 2-gen test as acute exposure. However, it's unclear what EPA's policy is to take into account indirect exposure of the F1 generation. EPA states the following: EPA considered reduced F2 offspring survival to be potentially relevant for both acute and chronic exposures, page 55. It is not clear how an exposure can be both acute and chronic. Although not direct exposure to developing fetuses, the developmental toxicity endpoints were not observed in the F1 generation indicating indirect exposure to F1 animals did not influence the F2 animals. The exposure timeframes outlined throughout the document are inconsistent. Starting on page 32 in the draft human health assessment, hazard assessment for DIDP, EPA uses the term short term for 1 to 30 days, subchronic greater than 30 to 90 days, and chronic greater than 90 days. But then uses the term acute and intermediate starting on page 49. Are short-term and acute the same exposure time frame? Same question with intermediate. It is unclear why EPA designated the liver toxicity studies intermediate exposure scenario, table 6.2, when they would fit in the definition of short-term. The longest exposure indicated in table 6-2 is 28, which should be considered short-term. If upon reexamination, EPA considered the liver toxicity studies to be acute exposure, EPA should consider deriving the POD for risk assessment using liver toxicity because there's a greater weight of evidence given that liver toxicity is observed at several durations and across species. There's an agreement with EPA's assessment not to use increased incidence of spongiosis hepatis and microgranuloma as the POD for chronic exposure, given the limitations described in the document. Strengths include the preliminary conclusion to use an equivalent dose of 9 milligrams per kilogram with a NOAL of 38 milligrams per kilogram per day. And that's based on the results of the 2-gen study in the Sprague Dawley rats, comprised of 2 studies, study A and B. In study A, the lowest dose was the LOAL, and in study B, the lowest dose of 38 milligrams per kilogram per day was the NOAL. Furthermore, there are additional studies, principally of liver endpoints that had similar NOAL, value that translated into a comparable HED. The main uncertainties were identified by the EPA. The mechanism by which DIDP inhibited survival is not clear, nor is it clear whether the effect is caused by a single dose or repeated dosing. Finally, the EPA's preliminary conclusion is consistent with hazard characterization of several other regulatory and authoritative bodies that do risk assessment around the world, and we're providing examples and literature. The treatment-related developmental toxicity is associated with DIDP exposure, and the HED, based on the NOAL for reduced F2 offspring survival, is the most appropriate and lowest HED. The slightly lower POD HED from Cho et al. Studies has too many uncertainties to be used. That POD is based on a LOAL for increased incidence of spongiosis hepatitis and microgranuloma. In addition, EPA states that BMD modeling showed that the HED of 9 milligrams per kilogram is more sensitive than the HED from the Cho study. There is good evidence for developmental effects of DIDP in animal models. In addition, there's evidence of developmental effects from the limited epidemiology studies. The basis of the HED of 9 milligrams per kilogram from the 2-generation rodent study follows GLP process from which the NOAL is based. So these are strengths to serve as the POD for the HED. And let's see, the HED, sorry, repeating things. There's some uncertainties. In the absence of inhalation and dermal DIDP data, it would be good to have additional text in section 6.1.4 describing major uncertainties and issues with using the oral HED for DIDP to extrapolate to inhalation and dermal routes. Using a NOAL as the basis for the POD has associated uncertainties, including the fact that the NOAL is a function of study design. Pushka et al. 2001 has good study design, but in 2001, we were not examining the low-dose region of the curves. Endocrine disruption was an emerging field, and the study design is limited to identify the potential for low-dose non-monotonic effects. By extension, measures of signaling molecules at postnatal day 1 and 4 are not as complete as they would be if the study was done today. EPA did not conduct benchmark dose modeling on Hushka et al. Or any of the other candidate PODs except for the Cho and al. As per EPA's own guidance. Without comparing the full BMD-based analyses, there's less certainty about the most sensitive endpoint. So there are a set of recommendations. The studies shown for setting the HED at 9 milligrams per kilogram are appropriate, and the 2-gen study of the Sprague-Dawley rats is most rigorous for demonstrating developmental effects. Points raised in the other sections regarding loss of body weight for dams and pups should be mentioned here as additional outcomes, albeit separate from the frank toxicity tests, effects rather. The conclusion that no endocrine disruption is incomplete without consideration of thyroid and adrenal axes tests are any data available. The bases for extrapolation of oral exposure to dermal or inhalation routes of exposure is important, and details in the appendix do help clarify the rationale. However, it is not clear how much exposure would be predicted. Do these routes of exposure pose a significant hazard? It would seem so from other documents in that soil and surface water deposition would be primarily airborne. As such, how far from the source is a hazard? One discussant commented, I do not agree with the agency's proposal to use the data from the 2-gen reproduction study, employing the same POD, HED for all 3 durations of exposure. It is fine for the acute value because the hazard value is based on effects identified at postnatal day 4. However, there is a general consensus across most, if not all, other regulatory bodies internationally that the liver is the most sensitive target tissue when assessing DIDP's longer-term effects and deriving hazard values for longer-term chronic exposures. Thus, the agency should look at candidate studies with a compatible exposure durations and timing of findings that evaluate liver effects. While they did, but did not use any of them for selecting the POD, HED for risk characterization. Most of the candidate studies were conducted using rats, with 2 exceptions, one with mice and one with dogs. The result in the rat studies, in one case, the NOAL for liver effects was identified, and its LOAL was significantly lower than the NOAL for reproductive developmental effects that was identified in the 2-gen study, which is a LOAL of 22 milligrams per kilogram per day versus a NOAL of 33 milligrams per kilogram per day. That rat study would likely yield a NOAL even lower if a lower dose had been tested. However, the agency expressed some uncertainty about the study and dismissed it as a candidate. On the other hand, as EPA points out, there is consensus across existing assessments of DIDP by US CPSC and other citations that will be provided. And that's based on increased liver weight, histopathological findings, and several of these other regulatory authorities have used the study in the derivation of their long-term chronic health value. EPA seems to have dismissed this study for use in the derivation of hazard values because, in its view, this study is limited by small sample size and lack of statistical analysis. A recommendation with regard to sample size, both EPA's harmonized test guideline for daily oral toxicity in non-rodents is intended to meet the testing requirements of the FIFRA and the TSCA and the OECD test guideline for at least 8 animals, 4 female, 4 male, to be used at each dose level if no interim sacrifices are planned. While the Hazelton study utilized groups of only 3 male and 3 females, this should not be seen as a disqualifying factor in this case. Also, it would appear that these other agencies did at least one crude measure of statistical analysis, as they did identify a NOAL. Obviously, these other agencies were not deterred by either issue. Recommendation is that the Hazelton lab study be used for both subchronic and chronic POD, HED, No additional uncertainty factor to accommodate subchronic to chronic extrapolation should be needed because there is general agreement that the 90-day study is adequate for predicting chronic effects based on the observation that the same or similar OAELs and low-Ls are little different for a chemical when compared to 90-day and 1 to 2 year chronic studies. In fact, the chronic study has been eliminated from most regulatory agencies' pre-market testing schemes for pesticides based on the determination that the longer exposure seldom provided any added value, identified few new effects, and rarely yielded lower no-Ls or low-Ls. As EPA's office OPP states, even for the small percentage where there are indications that a 1-year dog toxicity study would potentially provide a lower low-L than a 13-week study for purposes of RFD determination, differences between the low-Ls and no-Ls between the 2 dog studies were small, less than 4-fold or less. It is unclear to what extent these small differences in low-Ls are meaningful from a practical standpoint relative to the 100-fold default uncertainty factor commonly used in calculating RFD. In no case did these small differences have regulatory impact on pesticide risk assessments. As a result of their large retrospective analysis cited above, OPP eliminated the routine requirement of the 1-year dog study while retaining the 13-week dog study. EFSA states that for the approval of plant protection products, the scientific rationale of using dogs as a second species in the regulatory process has been debated and culminated with the elimination of the 1-year dog study. From data requirements in EU, US, Brazil, Canada, Australia, and recently Japan, leaving the 90-day study as the only study available in the data set for hazard assessment in non-rodent species. There is limited evidence besides a previous study by the same author supporting decreased F2 survival on postnatal day 1 and postnatal day 4. While other studies suggesting developmental toxicity, additional 2-gen data is lacking. Are lacking. EPA is considering the 2-gen as acute exposure, unclear if it is to take into account indirect exposure. I believe I already read these in. I think these are repeats. Sorry about that. Okay, so there are a number of specific comments, and I will just provide that in writing to the EPA.
So thank you, Dr. Ottinger. And the specific comments, those are editorial or suggested formatting kind of things?
They are.
Okay, great. Excellent.
There's one. Clarify the point in this sentence. Are you stating that the EPA in this lines 2771 to 2775? Are you stating the EPA considers the study to support a developmental toxicity NOEL of 40 milligrams per kilogram per day? If so, then consider removing the "and" before the phrase.
Yeah, I think those are, I think those are all clarifications.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay.
So thank you. And let's move to our associates now. And let's see, we are at Dr. Heiger-Bernays.
I have no additional comments. Thank you, Dr. Ottinger. That was everything.
Ms. Jenkins?
No other comments. Thank you.
Dr. Prismilla?
All my comments were captured. Thank you.
And Dr. Howdeshell?
All of my comments were included.
Thank you. So at this point, we're close
Can
to
ask the rest of the committee.
Oh yes, I'm sorry. Thank you, Ala. I was so happy we had gotten to this point in the day. I was about to skip the rest of the committee. So let's hear from the rest of the committee. Are there any comments from others on the committee? Dr. Wolf.
So since I won't be here tomorrow when you're talking about DINP, they make a case for using a common point of departure to protect against all effects, and I think DIDP could be the same approach. And I think it would behoove the agency to look at that and make that case within the report outs that that using a common point of departure protects against all SIDs, including chronic toxicity and the potential for carcinogenicity, as the case they make for the DINP.
Great, thank you for that comment. Other committee members? I should point out, when I say committee members, I also mean ad hoc committee members as well. Well, seeing none, we are at the end of charge question 3. I think this is probably the end of what we're going to do today. But I want to turn it back over to EPA for a minute to see if there are any clarifying questions from what we've gone over in this last segment or any part of today.
Thanks, Dr. Cobb. It's Tony Lenz with EPA. There's no questions for clarifications on charge question 3A. Just want to thank all of the committee members for the really thoughtful and really thorough and helpful discussions throughout the day on all the charge questions that we've gotten to thus far. So thank you.
Okay, great. And let's circle back to the other committee members. Are there comments about any of the topics that we've talked about today that we need to have additional discussion about? All right. If not, I think we should adjourn for the day, and then we can pick up with 2B tomorrow. We will probably circle back to a couple of risk-related concepts that have partially been captured in some charge questions and may not be. Those of you who said that you were interested in that, we'll circle back to that, or we'll get to that right after we do 2B tomorrow morning. We're nearly a full day, perhaps a full day ahead of schedule. So I commend everyone on that. Also, I think there are a couple of questions we're waiting to hear back from EPA. We'll try to get through those early in the morning. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Camel for closure.
Thank you, George. Well, I'll also thank all the SAC committee members and the ad hoc reviewers and the EPA team for answering all the questions. And thank you very much, and we'll adjourn and join tomorrow. Thank you.